Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Hello. Well, hello. Happy Tuesday, I guess. Yeah, it's always a good start to a day. You don't want to start the day in negative fashion, although we're going to do that in just a second, but we'll wait till we get negative and start to worry about this Mariners team. It's going to be a good day, though. It's always going to be a good day when we have baseball to talk about. We have a great pitching matchup coming up tonight. If you love baseball, you love pitching, I can't think of a better game than Jacob Misiorowski, who has just surged onto the national stage and been one of the most fascinating pitchers to watch, and Logan Gilbert, who's really starting to come into his own after he recovered from that injury. He's shown some good stuff over these last few starts. So that's an intriguing matchup. There's a lot to look forward to, especially with teams reporting to training camp. So every team essentially has now reported or will report today. Everyone's on the field tomorrow. We'll talk about that. We do have some things that we can have fun with. It's a Tuesday. I know it's always entertaining when Jeff Passan joins, so he'll be on at 8:30. There was an interesting breakdown that we kind of got into a little bit yesterday at the very end of the show with NFL roster rankings. And the Seahawks are surprisingly low, or at least from the perception of what we think this team could be. ESPN put out their top roster rankings and broke down their projected starting lineups and the total sense of the talent on each team. The Seahawks are 20th. They are 20th. That's last out of any NFC West team. I was a little stunned by that. One of the guys who helped create that and put together that piece, Seth Walder, ESPN's NFL analyst, will join us at 7:30. And then, as you two have informed me, on Tuesdays at 9:45, you do Answer the Question Jerk. So we'll take your questions, 866. Well, I forgot the text line here. All right, here we go. 866-979-3776. They get personal. Yeah. Oh. Well, I mean, the segment name, putting jerk in there just feels kind of personal. So... Yeah. You know what? I've been hardened by it, though, Maura. You know, on Friday afternoons on Wyman and Bob, we do mean text.
That's true.
So the hurtful things just flow. I've gotten used to it, so I'm ready. I'm ready for anything you throw my way, or I'm sure plenty come in about Brock. Salk's not here today, so I guess you could ask him something. He won't really answer. But, yeah, any questions you might have, 866-979-3776. Yeah, I've learned from Dave and Bob also that if there's news you don't want to talk about, you kind of prolong it. So I'm putting off.
We're familiar with that on this show as well.
Yeah, talking about the Mariners. Oh, is this where you guys do like a podcast review? You check the
Sometimes,
Apple Podcasts? Yeah. We could do that.
Or Salk tells us about something going on in his family life or something.
Oh, I mean, I could tell some stories from paddleboarding. We can get into no-hitter etiquette because whenever something happens... You know, like Brian Wu taking a no-hitter into the 8th, or last night, George Kirby took that no-hitter into the 6th, actually got one out into the 6th before it all kind of unraveled. People get very worked up by just the mere mention of a no-hitter.
Yeah.
The power that apparently anyone across the country, across the universe holds, that if simply a no-hitter is mentioned, it's going to jinx it. Now, I'm being a little facetious, but I get that there's a collective baseball watching experience where you're hanging on to something and there's that belief that if something special is happening, you don't want to change anything. I think the problem for a lot of fans is that they believe that that applies to them or anyone that just simply is existing, watching at the game, any of that, where players have acknowledged, no, we kind of meant taking in it. So if you mention a no-hitter, I think it's a necessary part of informing someone what's happening in the game. Aaron and Brian, Roland Smith were mentioning that, and Aaron actually kind of, I follow along these lines. He said it's kind of it's a broadcaster's duty, or if you're a journalist and you're covering the game, it's part of that responsibility to inform people what's going on. So if you're just tuning in, if you're driving somewhere, you hop on the radio and you're listening, and you hear a couple outs and you hear the score, okay, well, that's good. You might not know what's happening, though. And so as a broadcaster, it's your duty to kind of say, look, there is something special happening, and explain that. Now, some people have different ways of going about it, and Aaron did tread that line nicely of saying, I'm not going to out and out hammer over the head that it's a no-hitter or a perfect game, because there is the appreciation for people that hold steadfast in that belief, and I like that. But I think there are ways to acknowledge it. I think it's funny every time that MLB.com puts out that no-hitter banner and then someone tweets, hey, there's no hitter going on or something special is happening, and everyone says, oh, don't jinx it. and then it gets jinxed. Well, don't you think everyone on the other team is trying to jinx it as much as possible? So why are you not mad at them? Anyway, that's my long-winded way of trying to not talk about the result.
Yeah. I think it's just hard to do when people like to believe in superstitions.
They do, and they also like to get mad about things. That's the one thing I've learned.
Someone blaming Lyle on the text line. He just responded to them, I believe. They said, this loss is Lyle's fault. When he said he was going to root for the Astros versus Arizona, I knew it would haunt us.
Well,
now we're going to be 5 games back after tonight.
We'll get into that in Need to Know, but the Astros win is more Lyle's fault than the Mariners' loss. I won't put the Mariners' loss on you, Lyle. I'll just blame you for the Astros win.
It's almost like that's why I was sitting here saying exactly why that Sunday game was so important yesterday. Because in a day, you went from being 2 games back on the Astros to being the same spot you were in before that series started, which is 5 back.
And that's exactly why I was concerned to start the show yesterday and why some people, we got some pushback. Most seem to understand. So we were along those lines of, look, we know what was coming. And all right, we will get into it. Yeah, it was not good. It was not pretty in that one after it started to unravel for George Kirby. The Brewers showed why they're the best team in baseball, literally the best team in baseball right now at 60-40. They have won 11 in a row. That top of the lineup is relentless. They showed that in the 6th inning. It was one base hit after another. The floodgates open. So you see that, and you see that Mariners lineup that has struggled at times with consistency muster just a handful of hits, none of them extra base hits. And the top 4 in the order, you want to contrast what the Brewers did to what the Mariners did. That top 4 in the order that you rely on so much for the Mariners, they were a combined 0 for 14 entering the 9th inning. And Cal Raleigh got a single, and then Arozarena got out after that. So the top 4 for the Mariners finished 1 for 16 against Brandon Woodruff, who, he had some trouble with injuries. He has just been back for a few starts, but he's part of that Brewers rotation that is really good. And by the way, the guy lining up today has been the best for them over the last month since he's coming to Major League Baseball. So that was the issue that Lyle and I were kind of getting at, and most seemed to understand. Some didn't understand why the panic, but it's the panic of knowing what was coming, of looking at the Brewers team and saying, this is going to be a really tough series. And the Phillies are looming, and the Mets, and a Rays team that is chasing you, and all these series that it's tough to make up ground when you're chasing someone over the final 60-plus games of the season. 62 games left. That does seem like a lot in one sense, but also when you look at what happened last night, and you work so hard to get the lead down to 3, and then that loss on Sunday pushes it back to 4, and now it's a 5-game deficit in the AL West. So the Astros, they did get the win over the Diamondbacks. The Mariners found themselves in a situation where they ran into a good Brewers pitcher, and they're going to run into another really good one tonight in Jacob Mizorowski. But it's shown this clear discrepancy between the very best lineups in baseball and the Mariners right now. And I think, it accentuates the point that there's got to be some additions to be made. So in Lyle's roundabout way of wanting the Diamondbacks to lose so they'll trade, yes, they did lose. My worry is, and we can get into this in Need to Know and as we go through the show, just because they're selling, you don't know that that's going to find its way to the Mariners because of all the teams that are out there. But yeah, you would hope that the Mariners, with their loaded prospect capital and the ability to offer probably more if they really want to than any other team out there, and especially after we heard from Gambo yesterday that they want at least AA level pitching, the Mariners have some pretty good arms that they could offer. From that perspective, it highlights that need, and maybe it's a good thing that the Astros beat the Diamondbacks in one game. It is always tough, though, to see a team that you're trailing in the division start to pull away. So I will not go to that full level of rooting for them, but from the perspective of them now needing to sell in the Diamondbacks, it's becoming more clear that, that momentum came to a screeching halt last night. Gino Suarez continues to stay hot, and if he is a prime trade candidate, then maybe the Mariners will be in good shape to land him. We'll break down this loss a little bit more when Brock joins us at 7, and then throughout the show as well, especially when Jeff Passan joins us at 8:30. But there was something that happened in baseball that usually never happens. In fact, it had been a half century since it happened in baseball, and it happened last night. We'll hear about that in Need to Know coming up next. The Brock and Salk Show on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Cal is on a historic pace. We haven't really seen anything like this, right? You have to look around the rest of that team and go, okay, who's going to carry some of this offensive load? Do you feel like it could be Randy?
It could be. It should be. You need guys like Randy to step up. Can we expect him to have 2 bombs a night? No, let's be real. And I think most of you are going to be real. 4 RBIs last night, the most since April 9th against Houston, so that's good.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
You're listening to Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. This hour is brought to you by Fred Meyer Pharmacy, with a special message for Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. Your neighborhood Fred Meyer Pharmacy is happy to welcome back Express Scripts Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. It's easy to transfer prescriptions at fredmeyer.com/pay or update. See your Fred Meyer Pharmacy for details.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Ann, who broke her leg in a trip and fall accident.
I had broken my femur and I was in horrific pain. We chose Iddens because they had a good reputation. I wasn't just a name, I was a person, and that makes a big difference. I'm just grateful that we had the settlement for my care. I'm very pleased.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Summer is here and Washington Energy's BOGO 40% off sale is on now. Update and enhance your home with beautiful new windows and doors expertly installed by Washington Energy Services. Save today with one of our best deals of the year. Buy one energy efficient window, get the second at 40% off. And BOGO 40% off all entry, patio, and interior doors right now. From traditional to modern home updates and with over 65 years of award-winning installations, Washington Energy is the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay,
Ooh,
deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
George Kirby took a no-hitter into the 6th last night, but the Brewers then made their surge in that frame, put up 4 runs. They added 2 more to go on to win 6-0 to extend their MLB best win streak to 11 straight. And afterwards, George Kirby broke down what happened in that 6th inning.
I was getting ahead, and then when I got behind Trang, had to, I gave him a 3-1 heater. He got to it, and then I wasn't really executing what I needed to there. Just kind of leaving stuff in the middle of the plate. So
Milwaukee show why they have the best record in baseball right now, 60-40. And tonight they send a rookie Jacob Mizorowski to the mound. And the reason he's captivated the baseball world in just a little over a month, that extreme velocity, his fastball hits triple digits, and he has a 98-mile-an-hour slider. There's also a very good breakdown on MLB.com this morning about Mizorowski. Another thing that makes him difficult, it's the extension. He has an average extension of 7.5 feet off the rubber with that fastball. So by the time it comes out of his hand, it's essentially already on top of the pitcher. Thoroughly recommend checking that out. We can get some more insight on him from Jeff Passan about why he's been so effective. The Mariners know something about a guy with extreme extension, though. Logan Gilbert, 99th percentile for extension, so he's almost up there as high as Mizorowski. He gets the ball for the Mariners tonight as well. Then before the game, a few injury updates from GM Justin Hollander, headlined by a Bryce Miller updated timeline. Now, according to Hollander, Miller will throw another live BP on Friday and then begin a rehab assignment. So it seems like there is some closer timeline to Miller's return. We'll see what that means for the Mariners and that trade deadline, which looms in a little over a week. It's coming up at the end of July, on July 31st.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Some key results around baseball as it affects the Mariners division race. And then in the wild card, first, the Astros, they snapped the Diamondbacks' 4-game win streak behind 5 runs driven in by Bryce Matthews in their 6-3 win. Did it with 2 home runs, had a 3-run homer earlier in the game, then a 2-run homer later to extend the lead. Diamondbacks did get the tying run to the plate, could not score, though, in that 9th inning. So the Mariners are now 5 games back in the division. They did get help, though, because nothing changed in the wild card. Thank you, White Sox, able to take down the Rays, and the Red Sox lost as well. So everything remains the same there. The Mariners and the Red Sox are tied in that wild card race in the 2nd spot and the 3rd spot, and the Rays remain a game and a half back. Now, the reason that the Red Sox lost, well, it's not something you see every day. In fact, you don't really see this ever. It's only happened, I think, once in charted memory before. 1971, the Red Sox lost on a walk-off catcher's interference in the 10th inning.
That pitch just a bit outside.
That catcher's interference?
That's a good question.
Oh yeah.
Oh, wow.
Philadelphia is challenging that there was catcher's interference on the play.
Can you imagine?
Oh, my goodness, there was.
After review, the call on the field is overturned. There is catcher's interference.
Wow! The Phillies have won on a catcher's interference.
Hey, Tiger Bags.
Baseball is amazing.
Can you imagine that? Losing on not just a catcher's interference, but a challenged catcher's interference. You had to go to review and wait for them to overturn it. We have seen situations like this to end games. I can't help but think, what if a World Series ends on a review or on an overturned call? Can you imagine one team celebrating and then, oh, wait, you actually didn't win? Or vice versa, where a team thinks they're trying to fight back in a game and all of a sudden a call happens like that? What if you won a World Series like that? It's such an awkward, strange celebration. I feel bad. So I feel bad for the broadcasters in that case.
That was only the second walk-off catcher's interference in the divisional era, so since 1969.
Wow. Okay. So they only started tracking in 69. Then what? One happened in like 71, I think.
I think it involved Johnny Benn.
Yeah. I think from a broadcaster's perspective, and I'll always go back to, it was the either 2009 or 2010 Stanley Cup where the Blackhawks beat the Flyers, but Patrick Kane's goal went through the side of the net. So some of the broadcast crews, TV call, a couple radio calls, didn't know what happened. And so to win a Stanley Cup, you want a great, memorable call. Yeah. And all of a sudden, a delayed 10 seconds later, they're celebrating on the ice, and the announcers have to say, well, all right, I guess that's a goal. And you feel bad because that's a once-in-a-lifetime moment and a call that broadcasters dream about. So in that situation, all I can think about was, man, if a consequential game ends like that and you have to wait for a review, it just takes the drama out of it. But yes, the absurd happening every night in baseball, and the Red Sox lose on a walk-off, challenged, and overturned catcher's interference.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Seahawks made a few roster moves yesterday before the team officially reports to camp today. They waived undrafted free agent cornerback Zy Alexander. They then brought in another undrafted free agent corner, Cam Alexander, and they signed nose tackle Justin Rogers, who was a 7th-round pick of the Cowboys last season. There was also a contract extension given out yesterday that could impact Abe Lucas. So we'll talk to Brock about this as we work our way through the show. And then certainly over the next few weeks as training camp progresses, it at least sets a ceiling. So I'm not sure Abe Lucas would command this rate because right tackle Zach Tom, he signed a 4-year, $88 million extension with the Packers. It includes a $30.2 million signing bonus, the highest ever for an offensive lineman. Well, Tom certainly earned that because he finished third in the All-Pro voting among right tackles last year. He also started every game the past 2 seasons. A slightly different situation than the Seahawks are in with Lucas, but there's your 2022 draft class. There's a right tackle. He was a 4th-round pick. Abe Lucas, a 3rd-round pick. So it sets, I guess, an interesting price point. That might be the ceiling. I don't think any other deal for a 2022 rookie on the offensive line will get past that. It just kind of shows the extreme prices for contracts for offensive linemen, and we have seen how absurd things can get when you hit free agency. So whether it's a cornerback or an offensive lineman, that's a big price point and something to consider for the Seahawks when they're figuring out who in this 2022 draft class they might have to re-sign before they play out the season, or if you do risk Abe Lucas playing out the year, and if he plays well and maybe starts every game like Zach Tom did here, he could be in line for a massive free agent deal, and it might price the Seahawks out. So interesting scenario there for the Seahawks, and I guess every other team that has an offensive lineman entering the final year of their rookie deal, but that's what the Packers' Zach Tom did. Nice extension for him, 4 years, $88 million. And I don't think this is a surprise, but the Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson told ESPN's Adam Schefter this morning he will hold out from Bengals training camp when the team reports today.
Actually, just about 10 minutes ago, too, Tom Pelissero posting that on Good Morning Football and NFL Network. Manti Te'o says he spoke with Hendrickson, who said of the Bengals' offer and specifically their guarantees, they are atrociously low.
Oh, multiple atrociously's he put in there. Okay. There's a lot more we're going to talk about with the Bengals. That is everything you need to know, but I don't know why owners talk and meddle because nothing seems to go well. We have 2 examples that we'll get to at 9:30 of just dysfunctional NFL organizations. It should not be a surprise the Bengals are one of them. Mike Brown weighing in on Trey Hendrickson, and then their first-round pick, Shamar Stewart, and the Jerry Jones saga. The always entertaining, chaotic, rambling, wheels falling off the bus that is Jerry Jones. He made things a lot worse for the Cowboys in trying to re-sign or lock up Micah Parsons to a new contract. So we'll get into all of that. But yeah, not good when your best defensive player is holding out from training camp like Trey Hendrickson is with the Bengals. Speaking of training camp, it starts tomorrow for the Seahawks. They are on the field for practice number one. We'll weigh in with Brady Henderson. He joins us next to talk about some moves they made over the weekend and then give a little preview of Seahawks training camp. All that coming up next here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
The clack of the cleats. The sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton,
the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and we've been talking about this. Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can book now for an unforgettable summer experience because the hotel opens up August 8th. Bookings are open at snocasino.com starting on August 8th. The expanded non-gaming floor, the destination spa, the big new entertainment space and convention center, new restaurants as well. They're combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com for details. Seattle's closest, now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
This is Steve Ahmed, president of Pacific Power Batteries. We know that customers like to buy from nice people, people who we generally like and trust. We don't consciously buy from a corporation, a jingle, or a logo, but it's the little things, like knowing about batteries, how they work, and why they don't work. Maybe it's just a smile from Noe, or Brandon, or Jennifer, or even Travis. At Pacific Power Batteries, we do our best to hire and train good people so you can trust them. So come on in and put us to the test.
Get lower energy bills, cleaner air, and year-round comfort with AeroSeal duct sealing. Normally $2,500, now just $99 for PSE customers with each replacement furnace or heat pump from Home Comfort Alliance. Learn more at homecomfortalliance.com today.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Oh, I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead.
Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game.
But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had.
And you got to witness history.
Okay, we're done here.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? You know, a site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
Dayandnight.net.
The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
Dayandnight.net.
Slow drains, backed up toilet, is your main drain or sewer clogged? Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining from a small fix to a major repair, our sewer and camera inspection will show exactly where the problem is. I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. Give us a call or visit
Dayandnight.net.
I guarantee whether Day and Night is your first choice or your smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
If you have a drain that's slow or clogged, call Day and Night. Now you'll save $50 off any drain cleaning. Slow or clogged drains? You know where to go.
Dayandnight.net.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Training camp, Brock. Starts to feel a little different.
It's here. It's training camp week, man.
You know, summer's over, but kind of in a good way. That excitement of like back to school, fall's going to be here. The NFL season will be with us before we
Here's
know
what's crazy, Michael, right? So I'm looking at the training camp. Kyle, our esteemed program director, sent us all the link to the calendar here of training camp. So they're there, right? I think everybody basically gets in today, physicals today and tomorrow. And then Wednesday, they're on the field.
Yeah.
And then come Thursday, right, this Thursday, they will be exactly 2 weeks away from Pete Carroll's Raiders coming to town for preseason game number 1. That is how fast this calendar moves in the month of July and August.
Well, let's get to a guy who has plenty of insight on what's going on with the Seahawks team. It's ESPN's Brady Henderson, joins us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Good morning, Brady. Kind of an eventful weekend for the Seahawks, it seems like.
Oh, why? What happened? Did I miss something? I was on the golf course.
Great answer.
No, it was. It absolutely was. Yeah. I mean, certainly not a surprise that they moved on from Noah Fant. I think, a lot of people were either writing or talking about that, knowing that the contract was what it was and the production didn't quite live up to the contract. And all of a sudden they've got, a second-round pick, a guy with a pretty similar skill set in Elijah Arroyo. So I don't know if the writing was totally on the wall, that it was going to happen for sure, but it certainly was not a surprise at all.
Hey, Brady, when the rookies reported last week, initially there were 6 guys that were put on that NFI list, right? Non-football injury, and then I think 4 of them quickly cleared that, and there's still a couple, and not a surprise with those guys and who they are. Is the Seahawk veterans now report and get into town today and start taking their physicals today and tomorrow? Do you expect any surprises as far as NFI or PUP or injuries that may pop up over the next 24, 48 hours?
Well, it's tough to predict that, Brock, because remember, so the non-football, NFI stands for the non-football injury list. So, but when you see a guy put on the NFI list at the start of training camp, doesn't always necessarily mean that he suffered, some injury while training. One of the, functions of NFI is when a guy comes in, and if a team, like the Seahawks and a lot of other teams, if they require players to pass their physicals in order to start practicing, and if they don't do that, those guys could end up on the NFI list. And you saw that last year with a handful of guys, including Anthony Bradford, the 2 cornerbacks they drafted, Pritchett and DJ James, a few other guys. Remember, those guys failed their physicals, and that's why they ended up on NFI until they were able to pass those physicals. So hard to predict if there's going to be anybody on there. But yeah, I don't know of any other, injuries that happened that would naturally land a guy on NFI.
Hey, Brady, what does that Fant move signal to you about this tight end room? Not just the cost, it was an expensive salary, but now with just A.J. Barner as the only one that has been on this team and everything that we've heard about Elijah Arroyo, is that why this group was so high on him and wanted to draft him there, that they expect him to play a huge role right away on this team? Is that what it feels like to you?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both those guys, of Elijah Arroyo and A.J. Barner. And, Barner is the one that a lot of people are going to, Arroyo is going to be the one that a lot of people focus on just because he's the, 50th overall pick. And remember the name that Daniel Jeremiah gave, the name that flashed on the screen right when they drafted Arroyo in terms of like a veteran NFL comparison, it was Noah Fant. So you talk about a guy with a pretty similar skill set, roughly the same size, almost as fast as Noah Fant is, at least on paper. And so, I think, I don't think they would have done this had they not seen enough of Arroyo in the spring to think that this guy can step into a primary role. But, also remember that A.J. Barner scored 4 touchdowns last season as a rookie 4th-round pick, and that was, 3 more than Noah Fant has scored over the last 2 seasons combined. And so, Barner was sort of billed as this blocking tight end coming out of Michigan, and then all of a sudden, he's the most productive tight end for the Seahawks last season, at least in terms of touchdown catches. And so I think it's a combination of those two guys. I think the timing, you also look at the fact that, training camp is about to start and, you don't want to risk an injury. I think it also an injury that would obviously leave you on the hook for whatever they were going to owe Noah Fant this season at $8.49 million in base salary. And then, I think it also could signal that, they've got some extensions, an extension or two in the offing, or at least that they're working on, and that, even if they could make it work with the cap space, you still need that cash because when you sign a player to a big extension like some of these guys are in line for, that's a pretty big upfront cash payment, and all of a sudden, that $9 million that you would have had to pay Noah Fant, well, that comes in handy, for other players who are going to be in line for those extensions.
Y'all know the voice of Brady Henderson. You're going to hear that voice a whole lot more all over these airwaves in the next month or so as training camp gets going. And I know Mike's going to ask you about some of those possible guys to extend, but let me take it a little 30,000-foot level, Brady, as you start here training camp and you get to work in your little spot at that desk in that media room, and you just type out 2 or 3 of the biggest training camp storylines for Brady Henderson, who covers these Hawks every single day. What are the 2 or 3 biggest storylines heading into camp for these Seahawks?
Yeah, well, one I'll kind of gloss over because we'll talk about it, but it's who's going to get paid. And, they have, remember, the bill is about to come due for all the guys from that 2022 draft class who have been, so productive for them over the last 3 seasons. And so that is, I think, the first storyline. The second one is what else do they need on defense? And, I really like the analogy that you guys have used about the group of edge rushers and how you sort of liken it to a pitching rotation where you've got some pretty good number 2 and number 3 starters, but you don't really have that ace. And I still think, just with Uchenna Nwosu's situation, I haven't heard enough from them. They've been kind of mum about it, and they haven't really said a whole lot. And that kind of signals to me that there's this pretty serious question about whether or not he's going to be ready by the start of the season. And so it makes me wonder, could they be kicking around on some edge guys who are out there? And so, I think you feel pretty good about what the defense could be after finishing 9th in points allowed, bringing back pretty much every key starter or every key player from last year, making a couple nice additions into Marcus Lawrence and Nick Emanwari. But I still think there's maybe some work to be done to solidify the edge, especially with Nwosu's situation being what it is. And then I'll save the main one for last. It's Sam Darnold. I mean, how could it not be Sam Darnold? Look, we always sort of tend to default to the quarterbacks, and that's what I'll do here, and for good reason, because I think for as sensical as that pivot was from Geno Smith to Sam Darnold, for all the reasons I'm sure we've all talked about, whether it's getting younger, getting a little bit cheaper, getting a guy coming off a Pro Bowl season, getting a guy that, as we've talked about, I think they feel like is going to be a better leader than Geno Smith, for all the reasons you could point to and say, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. There's still that question of whether or not it's going to work. And, I just think that we tend to fall into this trap of thinking that players pick up where they left off. And the reality is that doesn't happen necessarily even when a guy is in the same setting, right? Even if Sam Darnold was still in Minnesota with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and TJ Hawkinson, and he's got, Kevin O'Connell whispering, he's got the quarterback whisperer and Kevin O'Connell there. I don't think you could say that Sam Darnold necessarily would pick up where he left off. And so that's certainly not the case when he's coming into a whole new setting with a new offensive coordinator, a new head coach, new set of receivers that aren't quite at the level at what he was used to throwing to. So I think it's still this big question of how it's all going to come together. And, the one particular area of Sam Darnold's game that I'm going to be keyed in on during training camp is how quickly the ball comes out. And, he threw a couple interceptions over the spring, and I think a lot of people kind of fixated on that. And the reality is, look, who knows whose fault that was, right? Could that have been a receiver running the wrong route? Could that have been, whatever happening around him that wasn't really his fault? I think the thing that really stuck out to me more so than the couple interceptions was a lot of plays seemed to kind of die with him holding onto the ball. And if you look at his career, he's never been like a really quick release guy. He's had sort of one of the longer average times before throws since he's been in the NFL. And as we all know, that's when you have a kind of a iffy offensive line, that's a recipe for a guy getting hit and getting sacked a whole lot. So I'm going to be looking forward to seeing just how in rhythm he can play and how committed he can be to getting rid of the ball.
Brock, you know what? It sounds like Brady is agreeing with what some wise man once said about Sam Darnold and having some pressure on him this season. Brady, there might be someone on this show that said Sam Darnold is under the most pressure of any quarterback to get off to a fast start this season. Now, I don't know if you agree with that completely, how I feel, but with Darnold and with everything you just mentioned and the fact that you guys have broken down this contract and it's essentially a one-year deal if they want it to be, how much pressure do you think is on Darnold to get off to a fast start here?
I think probably less actual pressure than maybe perceived pressure because people on the outside kind of viewing the team, from the kind of view from afar would speculate that, they drafted a third-round pick on Jalen Milroe and, maybe he's kind of waiting in the wings as being the next guy. I don't think he's nearly as close to being ready to start as some people might think from afar. So perceived pressure versus actual pressure, I don't think there's as much actual pressure for him to get off to a fast start. But as you mentioned, he is playing for his job next season. And it's a 3-year, $100.5 million contract that because of the way the Seahawks structure contracts, and, Sam Darnold's contract wasn't like an outlier. This is just how they do their contracts where, for veteran contracts, they don't fully guarantee money beyond the first season. And what that does is it makes it a little easier for the team to move on after 1 year if the guy doesn't perform. And, what was true about Geno Smith's contract when he signed it a few years ago is also true about Darnold's, that, it gives them an out after one season. So, yeah, in terms of like the season-long view, he's got to show that he's going to be the guy. But, if he struggles out of the gates, has a bad, first couple games, I don't think the Seahawks are going to be even thinking about pulling the plug on it and putting either Drew Lock or Jalen Milroe in there.
If storyline number one for Brady Henderson in this training camp that begins this Wednesday is extensions, give me the likelihood of those that could see deals get done and who you'd expect maybe first, second, and third in that pecking order.
Yeah, well, I mean, the name that I think a lot of people would probably assume would be Charles Cross, and I do think that they want to extend Charles Cross. I think they view him as a cornerstone kind of guy, and, they've talked about maybe in the past not doing a good enough job of keeping the quality offensive linemen that they have. And they've let some guys go who have gone on to have pretty good, careers after that. And look, he's your left tackle. You spent the 9th overall pick on him, and he's been, even if he hasn't been a Pro Bowl player, he's been a really good player, and he's still young, and he's got all that talent. And so I think there's a reasonable case that he's very much, an ascending player. And, so that is one to keep an eye on. The thing about Cross is that he is signed for 2 more seasons. Remember, because they picked up the 5th-year option. So, he's signed. He's got the 4th year of his rookie deal coming up, and then he's got the 5th-year option that they've already picked up on top of that. So I would look at that and say, okay, if they're really far apart on a price, and I do think that, the recent extensions that the Jets gave Sauce Gardner and Garrett Wilson, both of those coming in at $30+ million, whatever it was, I think Cross's people, I'm guessing they would look at that and say, okay, that's kind of what they're going to try to go for. I realize they play different positions, but they're all play premium positions and they're all from the same draft class. And so I think that could be kind of what Cross's people look at. I don't know that. I'm just kind of speculating on that. And if you're the Seahawks and you're really far apart, well, you always know that, okay, there's maybe not the same level of urgency to get that deal done as you would if a guy was going into the last year of his deal, because, again, he's got 2 years left. The other guy I would keep an eye on is Kobe Bryant. And, again, another guy from that 2022 draft class who has really found a home at safety. And, you know, maybe a few months ago, right after they drafted Nick Emanwori, I wouldn't have necessarily thought that, you know, I really would have wondered about Kobe Bryant's, you know, long-term future with the Seahawks going into the final year of his rookie contract. But I think two things have become clear since then. One is that, you know, they plan to play Nick Emanwori at the second level and nickelback, at least early on. And Mike McDonald has been pretty clear about that. The other thing that's become clear is just how much they seem to really love Kobe Bryant and everything about his mentality, his preparation, and just the way that he really took hold of that job last season. Remember, even before he became the starter, what was it, in week 7, he was playing well enough to force his way onto the field in sub packages. And so, you know, they got better when Rayshon Jenkins went down and Kobe Bryant entered that starting lineup. But I think he has just continued to impress them this offseason. And so Kobe Bryant, maybe not on everybody's radar just because of the Nick Emanwori pick, but he's a guy I would definitely pay attention to as an extension candidate.
Brady, what about Abe Lucas, who is entering the final year of his deal as well? He is so good when he's healthy. He's an important part of that right side there. We know how important offensive tackles are. But if you're the Seahawks, what do you think they do? Is this wait and see to make sure he can get through this season?
Well, that would be the logical move, yeah. And I do think that, and that's always kind of what I've thought that they would do is just wait and see and give it one more year to see if that bulky knee is going to hold up. I will give you the other side of it, and I think there's maybe some validity to this, and I'll credit our guy Brian Nemhauser, Hawk Blogger, for making this point, which is that if they felt really good about where his knee was at and they felt like he's going to have a strong year, I think maybe there is a case to be made that you take kind of a flyer and you sign him, try to sign him now, knowing that you're buying low on a guy who, or you would be buying low on a guy who, okay, let's say he does stay healthy and he does play kind of like 2022 Abe Lucas, which, you know, who flashed dominance at times. Okay, knowing what the market is for tackles, even right tackles, good young right tackles, if you wait a year and he has a great year, all of a sudden the cost to sign him jumps way up, and maybe that's upwards of, what, $15, $20 million. So the case to try to sign him right now would be you feel really good about where the knee's at, you feel like he's about to pop, and you know that buying low now is going to save you a whole lot of money compared to if you were to try to pay him next offseason. But again, you'd be taking a gamble on that because you know, we all know the pretty long injury history with his knee.
Two quick non-football questions, Brady. When Lefko comes paddleboarding up to your boat, and you don't have a door, obviously, does he hit the boat with the paddle? Does he yell at you ahead of time? How exactly does he communicate when he comes up to your mega yacht?
Well, I do have a door. Like, I don't just, like, jump into the boat. There's not, like, a hatch, you know, like a submarine hatch. So there is a door.
It's not open air.
But he would have to get on, from the stern. He would have to get to the stern. There's a little swim step there. So, you know, so what's funny is I've been meaning to ask Lefko about this. I was leaving my place in a hurry the other day, and I saw someone on a paddleboard, and I heard someone whistle at me. And I was like, is that guy on the paddleboard whistling at me? Could that be Lefko? But I was in a hurry, so I didn't have time to stop. So, Lefko, was that you? Did you whistle at me?
No, I don't whistle. I just come right up there and wave at you. You know. You'll know if I'm there.
He just,
okay.
Yeah, he just kind of hangs out and waits for me to see him out the window. So, okay. I'm glad I didn't stand you out.
No, you're fine. We make it seem like this is an every time occurrence. Brock is just fascinated with all the paddleboard.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, that helps.
Yeah, outings there. Yeah.
Question number 2, a little more football centric in training camp as it's getting going this week. What lunch meal are you most looking forward to the Seahawks cooking you and the rest of the media?
Yeah, I mean, if it's free, I'm eating it. and I'm grateful for it. So,
and it's really
I'm not gonna
good.
be
I mean, let's be really, really, really clear. Lefko, Bob, Wyman, you guys get all these free lunches, amazing food. Your show's down there, like, and they don't mess around upstairs. Like that food that you guys eat is not leftover scraps. It's good stuff. So, what is your favorite meal that they have for lunch?
Yeah, and I imagine that's not the case across all 32 teams. They do have some good food there. Gosh, I don't know. I mean, there's not like one consistent thing that they always make that I really look forward to. But honestly, it's really good and it's free. And like sports writers, if there's anything you know about sports writers, is that we love staying at Marriott hotels. We love flying the same airline because you hate to ever lose the points or the miles, and we love free food. So
yeah, and I would say this
whatever they're serving, I love it.
In all sincerity, and you know this, I mean, maybe you don't know it explicitly because you haven't lived a life of a Bengals training camp or a Colts training camp in Terre Haute or an Arizona Cardinals training camp where they make their players pay for their own lunch. Like, the Seahawks are first class. That facility is first class. That berm is rocking, everything they do and taking care of you guys, the environment. Like, it really is done as well as anybody in all the NFL. And I know it's a grind, Brady. I'm looking at the calendar here. It's Wednesday. It is a grind, but there is kind of a first-class nature to the way this organization goes about it.
Oh yeah. There's no doubt, and that's what I meant by saying I don't know if that's necessarily the case across all 32 teams. I don't even know if the majority of 32 teams feed the reporters who cover the team during training camp. So look, even if the food was bad, one of the rules I abide by in life is you don't get to complain about things that are free. So, but the food in this case happens to be really good. So,
that's
one of the perks of covering Seahawks training camp.
That's great. Good one to end on. I'm glad we ended with the hard-hitting questions about paddleboard etiquette and free food.
Well, no, you can if you have another hard-hitting question.
I mean, I can't really get back to a hard-hitting question after that. So we'll wait. We'll see Brady. Okay. You mentioned he'll be on our shows plenty of times. So, Brady, thanks for all the insight today. I will not whistle at you if I see you out there on the water, but I will try to make myself known. Maybe I'll drop off some snacks since, hey, if it's free, you're not going to complain. So I will come bearing treats if I do see you.
There you go. Well, you always know, Lefko, the fridge is stocked. If you ever want to pop in and help yourself to anything, go right ahead.
Oh, that deserves a whistle. All right, Brady, thanks. I appreciate the time. We'll talk to you later.
All right, see you guys.
I did try to pop in yesterday. I did a paddle by.
Oh.
He wasn't there. Or maybe he was there and hiding. I was going to bring treats.
It wasn't an actual invitation.
It's
it was
always
just a radio invitation.
I don't want to bother him because I don't want to make it a thing. But if I'm just paddling around and I kind of know where he is, and I'll keep that a very concerted state secret for those who need to know. But yeah, it's just fun because, when you live on the water, your backyard or front yard is everyone else. So I was just paddling by, and if he happened to be there outside hanging out, I would say hi. If not, I didn't want to bother him. Maybe he's napping. I know how this show takes its naps seriously, and I'm starting to understand that. Like, it's a thing. You need to nap if you wake up this early every day. I get that. So I didn't know if Brady was taking a nap or doing something like that. But if he's out there and I happen to be paddling by, we exchange pleasantries. It's not like this is a thing where I go try to seek him out every time I'm out there. But yeah, that happened. So I'm sure Brock will be happy. He also will be disappointed that I was unable to squat a paddleboard.
Did you actually attempt it?
No. I don't think he understands the lack of maneuverability that a paddleboard has. And because the way it's shaped, it's aerodynamic, very long, but very small when it comes to width. It's like 11 feet long and 3.5 feet wide. There's no good way to hold that above your head to squat. You're either holding it on top of your head and the entire paddleboard is going straight out, so you lose your balance. And I don't think you can possibly hold it like a bar and hold it above your head and try to do squats. So I'll get some insight from Brock on that. I'll see if he really thinks he can do a paddleboard too. Like, he's telling me to squat a paddleboard. Is Brock going to back that up? Can he do that? We'll see. We'll see if he has any feats of strength. Yeah, Brock will join us shortly here. We also, getting on to that news of the Seahawks roster and everything kind of set. Elijah Arroyo, he's there. Noah Fant is not. ESPN's Seth Walder was part of a crew that put together roster rankings. So they kind of projected every team's starting lineups and then graded their rosters. And the Seahawks come in surprisingly low. I already said where they came in earlier, so I'm not going to drag that out until 7:30. But they're ranked 20th out of 32 teams, the Seahawks are ranked 20th behind teams like the Bears and the Cardinals and everyone in the NFC West. So I'm curious to get Seth Walder's perspective about whether that's just due to a lack of top-end talent, whether there's just a lot of uncertainty about this offense, or why the roster itself is not getting a better grade around the NFL. So we'll get into that. And then Jeff Passan will join us at 8:30. Going to be a fun Tuesday. A lot coming up still on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Cal is on a historic pace. We haven't really seen anything like this, right? You have to look around the rest of that team and go, okay, who's going to carry some of this offensive load? Do you feel like it could be Randy?
It could be. It should be. You need guys like Randy to step up. Can we expect him to have 2 bombs a night? No, let's be real. And I think most of you are going to be real. 4 RBIs last night, the most since April 9th against Houston, so that's good.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
America's favorite car show is back. It's the Good Guys 37th Griot's Garage Pacific Northwest Nationals, presented by Wicked Fabrication. All this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center. Over 2,500 of the Northwest's finest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. Shop the Fender Big Way. A free family fun zone, great live music, Saturday night twilight cruising, and so much more. All this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center in Puyallup. Details at good-guys.com.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Are you still using allergy pills and sprays to treat your allergy attacks? I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. Nasal congestion, sneezing, runny nose, snoring, facial pain are just a few of the sinus symptoms we can help you out with. From allergy workups and treatments to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced outpatient balloon sinuplasty, we can diagnose and treat your problems. Let us help you get relief, easily, quickly, and permanently. Find us in Federal Way or Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, we've got a good Tuesday coming up. Seth Walder of ESPN will join us at 7:30. And then Jeff Passan at 8:30. Brock, I know that's always fun. You guys talk to Passan. And then at 9:45, answer the question jerk. 866-979-3776. I love the concept behind this, Brock, because they're calling you guys jerks. So they've already come in with some venom, with some fervor, some passion behind those texts. So we'll see what we get there. I'm sure there'll be some lovely questions from the listeners. Always entertaining to hear from them. And Do you want to talk about the Mariners, Brock? I was trying to postpone it.
Before we do you follow Anatoly on Twitter? ANATOLY, I believe, Anatoly.
That's the name? That's the Twitter handle?
Well, no, the guy that dresses up as the fake janitor in gyms, and he's just got this superhuman strength, right? Have you seen any of those things every once in a while on social media?
I can't say I have, no.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, he's got a mop that's like, I don't know, 300 pounds, and he's probably, he looks like he may be your size, maybe a little bigger. Maybe a little more juice, but maybe, I don't know, 190 pounds. And he goes around and he just mocks all the meatheads in these gyms and will, deadlift 700 pounds. He'll one arm above his head, snatch 225 pounds. He's just got this superhuman Eastern Bloc kind of strength. You texted me a picture on our stream yesterday of your little paddleboard, and you're telling me you can't put that above your head and do squats.
Okay, you try it.
Are you really trying to tell
little
me?
Paddleboard, all right. It's 11 feet long.
Sure, but it's how heavy is it?
It's pretty heavy. Inflated to 14 psi. No.
35 pounds?
No.
25 pounds? How heavy is it?
It's not that. It's the maneuverability.
Well,
because
fine.
It's not
Figure
built to squat.
Figure it out.
We just talked about this at the end of our last segment. You should have been listening. I went through the lack of good aerodynamic squatting ability.
Fine.
Yeah, I'll try. I'll try to be better, like the Mariners, I'm sure, today,
That's
Brock.
it. Just like the Mariners.
Just like the Mariners. We'll try to be better. We will try to improve.
I know it's tough. I know they can pitch. I know these guys are elite, and that guy last night is pretty dialed in. And who is it tonight? The Ray something? Social media star, the Miz.
The Miz. I mean, he has a nickname already. Can you believe that? 5 starts in, a month in the big leagues. He's got a nickname. He deserves it, though. He's been filthy. He throws 102 miles an hour. He throws his slider 98. Yeah, it's going to be tough tonight.
Yeah, and they knew that going in. They knew last night was going to be a battle, and George was just as phenomenal, if not more. I mean, went right, pitch for pitch, inning for inning. You get 5, no-hit innings. Kind of felt like Logan a little bit before the rain delay. And unfortunately, just unraveled in 1 inning, and that's kind of your margin, man. When you're playing these playoff teams, when you're playing the Yankees, when you're playing the Brewers, when you're playing the Astros, when you're playing these teams that are 10, 15, 20 games above 500. And by the way, I believe now the Brewers, with their 11 straight wins, best record in all of baseball. And when you're playing these teams you just can't let an inning get away from you. You know how that goes on your end. You know, when your guys are rolling, Luis is rolling, George is rolling, guys are rolling, and you give them a 3, 4, 5 spot, typically, other than Sunday against the Astros, typically you find a way to win those suckers. And they just, man, that was nothing surprising, unfortunately, last night. You knew it'd be a pitching duel, and when they put the crooked number up, it's going to be pretty tough to come back.
Well, and Brock, we were kind of joking, right, that we don't know anyone on this Brewers team, and then that top of the order came through, and Bryce Terang, Platinum Glove winner from last year, showed how dangerous he can be. Jackson Churio, one of the best young players in baseball, and Christian Yelich is just, he's there. He's still contributing after all these years. That top of the order, here's what really stood out to me. The disparity between the Brewers' top of the order and the Mariners. And it's unfair to say that the Mariners' top of the order let them down because they've carried this team for most of the season. They have been your guys that you line up behind. But in this game last night, they did not show up. 0 for 14 until that ninth inning. Those four, Crawford, Julio, Cal, Arozarena, and then Raleigh singles in the ninth, and Arozarena gets out after him. So 1 for 16 from those four. And that's what you have to have with the way this Mariners team is built offensively. You have young guys or platoon guys at the bottom of the order. Those four have to come through, and they have for the most part. But you saw what happens when you don't have your big stars that you put a lot in that order produce like the Brewers' top of the order did.
Yeah, and by the way, the bottom of that order over the last 7-10 games have done their job. You know, Cole Young has won you a game. Canzone has been as hot as anybody. Ben Williamson will still hit the ball the other way and put the ball in play. And I believe and I know nobody likes batting average. It's all about OPS and WRC plus and OPS plus, and none of that is good enough. But, he does find a way to do his job, to know thyself, and he gets you a couple knocks. But, yeah, one adage has stood true, Mr. Lefko, and it is a little bit of a bummer. It is a little bit of a bummer that when I was doing my football camp every summer, and I hate to call it because it was the 710 sports. It was not about me. It was about Seattle sports. It was about everybody in that building. Lyle, you didn't get to be a part of this either. It's kind of a bummer. Maura, you did though, right? Maura, you worked the Seattle sports camp a couple times.
I don't think I did. I was talking to Jeanette about this the
never
other day.
Mind. Maura never did
Why didn't you invite Maura?
Because I was always working during the day when they were going on.
Okay. That's true. You were always kind of doing the afternoon or Clayton. Yeah, you were busy working, but a lot of folks in the building did Lefko. And when they heard Mike Heward come out a couple different times and speak to the kids, especially when we did the camp right down there at beautiful Spark Stadium in Puyallup, he would give lots of his different adages and one that has kind of remained through the years. And I stand by this 40 years later. And that is, in these moments, when the lights are the brightest, your best players got to be at their best. That's just the way the game goes. And it doesn't matter if it is paddleboarding. It doesn't matter if it is cricket. It doesn't matter if it is football, basketball, in this case, baseball. When you're playing, against the best and the stakes are the highest, very rarely are you going to win when your best players are not at their best. And their guy last night, their pitcher, just absolutely shut down. To your point, the top of the lineup, hard to get anything consistently going.
And Brock, I know we were talking about this yesterday, and before you came on, Lyle and I kind of bemoaned the missed opportunity on Sunday.
Yep.
And it's because we knew what was looming. And then you saw right there, plain as day, why the Brewers are so tough and why, when you look at the Mariners' schedule in this second half, you have the Brewers, you have the Phillies and the Mets, and two series against the Rays that could really swing the wild card. So there are a lot of tough games coming up. There's a grind on these players, like on Cal Raleigh, who has been there every single night. And I think for me, it further highlights the urgency to get those bats, to take that pressure off of a guy like Raleigh or off of someone like Arozarena, who has done so well over these past couple of weeks with all those home runs. Yeah, he's going to have a bad night like he did yesterday. So you got to get more because it is still there for the taking. I know there's a faction of the fan base that says, well, if this team is not good enough, why are you going to sacrifice the future for a rental? I get that perspective. If you want to build and see what the future of this team could be with everyone there in a couple of years. But it's also a very winnable league this season, and the Mariners have shown they can be good enough. Now will it be sustained, though? And we'll get into that. I know you want to talk about something coming up at 8 o'clock, sustainable versus unsustainable with a couple of guys, so we'll discuss that. But, yeah, it just feels like, hey, you get someone now, put some relief on these guys that are carrying the bulk of this scoring load right now.
Yeah, pressure is a privilege and expectations are there. And with what Cal Raleigh did in the first half, what Julio did for 3 days in Detroit is he felt like he was coming back into form. There will be eyes upon those guys. And right, wrong, and different, when Cal expends the amount of energy he did down in Atlanta and the home run derby win, and all of it is tremendous. And it built up not only his exposure, but it was as good as it could possibly be for the Mariners. But with that now comes, obviously, eyes and expectation. And doing what he's doing on the pace that he was on, yeah, you knew that was going to be very hard to sustain. But you do need your best players, and it starts tonight, to try to win this series to be at their best.
Yeah, we'll dig into that a little bit more. There is a high-profile pitching matchup tonight. It's going to be a great one to watch. For fans of baseball, it's going to be fun. You don't want to see one of the best pitchers in baseball going up against your team in a lineup that didn't put up any runs yesterday. But from a pure fun watchability standpoint, this is going to be great. Get into that, and then there's a high-profile holdout that has begun in the NFL. All that and everything you need to know coming up. Mike Lefko, Brock Heward with you. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Cal is on a historic pace. We haven't really seen anything like this, right? You have to look around the rest of that team and go, okay, who's going to carry some of this offensive load? Do you feel like it could be Randy?
It could be. It should be. You need guys like Randy to step up. Can we expect him to have 2 bombs a night? No, let's be real. And I think most of you are going to be real. 4 RBIs last night, the most since April 9th against Houston, so that's good.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Well, make this Tuesday the final day where you may have to ask these kind of questions. Am I paying the lowest rates for my insurance? Am I getting the proper coverage? Do I even know what my insurance and what the details are behind it? If some of those answers are, I don't know, then you need to do what Molly and I did. Many of my family members, so many of my friends have done. Go take the First Mark Insurance Challenge and find out. It's totally free anyway. We heard so many of these First Mark Challenge victories over the years that answered those questions. We finally decided we got to do this. And here's how First Mark goes to work for you. They will fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, unlike you and me, and as I said, so many of my family and friends, they can go to the market, dozens of major carriers that they have worked with for years to find you and your situation the best fit. That's it. There's no stress. There's no confusion. Think of it this way. First Mark's your teammate. They're that teammate in the lineup that you want. They deliver, and they spent the last 30 years delivering, helping thousands of families successfully manage this complicated world of insurance. So please don't wait a Tuesday longer. Please go take the First Mark Challenge, totally free, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. That's firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
I'm Rusty George. My local marketing agency specializes in helping companies in the building and manufacturing industries develop the right kind of websites and marketing strategies to attract and win more business. Visit us today at rustygeorge.com.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts Thursday at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Incredible savings for 3 days only. Divers Fair only happens once each year at Underwater Sports, 107th and Aurora Avenue North.
At 65 years old, Brian has a rather demanding hobby.
My biggest passion is snow skiing, and I ski between 70 and 80 days per year. And I ski instruct at a private resort in Montana.
Needless to say, that can be a bit tough on the joints.
When this knee started to bother me, I thought I'm doomed.
That's when Brian decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
If I did yard work or skied a few days in a row, I was fighting swelling and pain and no sleep and all sorts of problems, and that has absolutely gone away.
So are you back on the slopes?
I mean, I had a 14-day stretch with clients where I skied every day and I had no problem. It was fine. It was just like, I felt like new.
So I'm guessing you would recommend this to others.
Oh, I already have. I've told everyone that'll listen.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's really, truly a miracle.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword micro to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say micro to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
When the heat's in 11,
Cool AC would be heaven.
dayandnight.net. Some AC you'll be loving.
When your house is an oven.
Dayandnight.net.
Northwest summers are beautiful, but there's always a long hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't sweat through another summer. Have Day and Night keep your house cool and comfortable by installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
When the summer is cooking,
We're the place to be looking.
dayandnight.net. Stay cool this summer with Day and Night. Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Dayandnight.net. 10-time MLB All-Star. 10-time Gold Glove Award winner. MLB single season hit leader. A one-of-a-kind player.
And there it is! He's a new all-time hit king in Major League history, number 258.
Head to T-Mobile Park in August as the Mariners celebrate Ichiro's induction into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. The festivities kick off with a 3-day Ichiro Hall of Fame Funko Pop giveaway, Tuesday, August 5th through Thursday, August 7th. On Friday, August 8th, arrive early to score a 2004 Ichiro jersey like the one he wore when he broke the MLB single-season hit record. Saturday, August 9th will feature Ichiro's pregame number retirement ceremony, and the first 20,000 fans on Sunday the 10th will take home a replica of his Cooperstown plaque. It's going to be legendary.
On a tremendous throw by Ichiro! He threw something out of Star Wars!
Get your tickets at mariners.com/Ichiro. Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
George Kirby took a no-hitter into the sixth, but then the Brewers made their run in that frame. They put up 4 runs, added 2 more, got a 6-0 win. They have an MLB best 11-game win streak, and they have the best record in baseball. Brock, I'm actually curious from a broadcaster standpoint and then a fan standpoint. So Aaron and Hyphen had a discussion, a good kind of wide-range discussion about no-hitter etiquette and about superstitions, and it gets taken very seriously among a baseball fan base. Some appreciate it if you mention it, and some outright are furious. They believe in that jinx. From your standpoint, as a fan and then also a broadcaster who has done football games where things of consequence are happening, and it's your job to kind of mention it, how do you feel about a no-hitter or perfect game being referenced on air?
Yeah, I looked at Benetti. I'm like, do it.
Yeah?
Do it. It's not my job. Do it. No, I think that's personal preference for every one of those broadcasters, the best broadcasters, and Goldie is so good at this and has been for so long, are authentic to who they are. If you try to put on a show, you try to put on a facade, it's going to get exposed over time. So, yeah, I think you do what you're comfortable, what you've done through the minor leagues doing. It's all those guys cut their teeth as broadcasters doing that, right? So I appreciate Aaron doesn't duck from it. He's going to bring it to light. I just think now after Woo's no into the 8th, Kirby's into the 6th, just get a little Punch and Judy base hit tonight in the 1st, all right? Just get it over with because it's not been good business, unfortunately, the last couple times out for our beloved Mariners.
Yeah, isn't that wild?
Crazy.
Great things that could have happened where Woo into the 8th, you assume that's going to be a win. 99% of the time that's a win. And then Kirby, very encouraging. The 6th, sure, a lot of innings left to work with, but for it to unravel like that and within the span of a couple weeks to have those two both end in losses, you just kind of throw up your hands and say, well,
what do you think of Garcia when the rookie and the lefty got called up? What do you think of his inning? Obviously, the numbers tell a story, but what did your eye see?
I mean, we can defer to Lyle on that. That's his guy. But it's got to be it's a tough situation, right? Anyone coming in, just thrown into the gauntlet against a team that's playing so well right now. And he faced the top of the order? Yeah. And he faced the top of the order, too. So that's a tough spot. That's a tough landing spot.
Well, it is, but it's not a leverage spot. You're not up 4-0, right? It's not a 1-0 game. I thought in some ways it was like the perfect spot to be thrown into that. Yeah, it's difficult. Absolutely, your opponent is red hot and playing with unbelievable confidence. But down 4 at that point, I thought it was a good little start.
Yeah, right.
I think you felt some of those nerves.
I think my point is I'm not going to judge him on those runs given up.
Yes.
Because he gave up 2 runs, and there was a lot of contact. But, in that situation, game's kind of out of hand. You want to see what he's capable of. You get the nerves, get the jitters out of the way, and now outing number 2 will be in a more leveraged spot, we imagine, because you can see the stuff. You can see the potential with him. So it was exciting to see him make his debut, as you predicted, Brock. Well done.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Lefties know
Lefties know lefties? You're wired differently. I know.
Although I'm just not really a lefty. I'm an amphibious weirdo. Really. I kick right, I bat right, I do most things right. I just happen to right with my left, shoot with my left, and throw with my left. But anywho, go ahead.
All right, all the important
no one
sports
needs
things.
to know that.
I guess
and
we
yes,
just
I know
learned.
it's ambidextrous, not amphibious. Okay, it's a joke. It's a joke.
At this point, I think that's a widely accepted joke. But you're right. I'm sure we'd get someone texting in, criticizing you and calling you out for not knowing the correct word. So if someone does that, Brock was making a joke, as he had to clarify. We were discussing how we'd feel about this series before it happened yesterday. Astros Diamondbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Lyle has stood behind the fact that he's wholeheartedly rooting for the Astros, and they did win last night.
Taxes.
Yeah, they snapped the Diamondbacks' 4-game win streak. Bryce Matthews, one of their recent call-ups, 5 runs driven in, 2 home runs, drove in 5 of their 6. So they win 6-3. Mariners are now 5 games back in the division, but the Diamondbacks' win streak is snapped. They're below 500. I don't know if this is a good news, bad news, but right now the division is increasingly getting further out of reach.
I believe our buddy, Mr. Suarez, Mr. Good Vibes, ended up hitting another bomb. So he stays red hot. That market stays red hot. Yeah, I mean, it's one of these things. Like, how do you want to unpeel the onion? You know, do you want the Astros to knock the Diamondbacks out? Do you actually want a Eugenio over maybe the next week to just, hey, why don't you take a little chill pill and just calm down a little bit and not, a Pascal and make his market value that much hotter? Baseball is beautifully confounding in some of those kind of conversations.
Yeah, Gino has now hit, this was a crazy stat, he's hit the last 7 home runs for the Diamondbacks. It's just all been Suarez. And he has 36. He's tied with Aaron Judge now, second most in baseball. Ohtani had a home run last night, so he's got 35. So that lead for Cal getting a little tighter because everyone else starting to creep up behind him. But it'll be a fun race to watch. Raleigh at 38 still leads all of baseball in home runs.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Brock, there was a contract extension given out that I'm not sure directly impacts Abe Lucas, but it certainly sets a price point for a right tackle on the final year of his rookie deal. So the Packers extended right tackle Zach Tom. He was part of that 2022 draft class, 4th-round pick in 2022, 4-year, $88 million extension. He got a $30.2 million signing bonus. Now, this is a guy that finished 3rd in the All-Pro voting last year among right tackles. Been more consistent than Lucas, especially when it's come to availability. He started every game the past 2 years. But do you think that has any impact on getting a sense of how lucrative a free agent right tackle market could be?
And for, kind of what young, ascending talent. I like that word from Brady Henderson yesterday. Talked about an ascending player. I think it's probably, honestly, a little bit more for a Charles Cross, even though Charles is a left tackle, than it would be for an Abe Lucas, who has just battled so much injury, right, since his rookie year. So I think that's just another data point for Charles Cross, for his agency to say, hey, man, even somebody not even near his ilk playing the right side, this is where he's at. This is what the market is willing to pay. Here were 3 words that I heard and catching up with some of my friends down there at the old Virginia Mason Athletic Center, and that is betting on themselves. And Michael, I bet you in our lifetime here of doing this, and if we get the privilege of doing this for years to come, we're going to hear that more and more. Because think about it, college guys are making real money. and they're getting to the NFL. And maybe 10 years ago, maybe certainly in my era, if you were presented guarantees, KJ Wright has talked about this when he signed his big deal. Like, man, I got to take this, right? This is generational and big money for me. Could I go to the market, maybe make a little more? Sure. But I'm going to take this now versus I think you're going to hear those words a little more often than we did in the past. Guys willing to bet on themselves because they've already come into the league making some significant money at the collegiate level.
Brock, I don't think this is a surprise, but one final thing you need to know. Bengals defensive end Trey Hendrickson told Adam Schefter that he is officially holding out when the Bengals report to training camp today.
Yeah, he's betting on himself.
Yeah, that's a pretty contentious, long, dragged-out contract negotiation. And we will talk about that at 9:30, about dysfunction among some ownership groups in the NFL. The Bengals, certainly one of them. The Cowboys, that circus just continues year in and year out. Wildly entertaining, but I can't imagine if you're a Cowboys fan, you like hearing what Jerry Jones just had to say. So we'll play you those comments coming up a little bit later. But up next, Seth Walder, ESPN's NFL analyst, he was part of a group that put together an interesting ranking, preseason roster rankings. The Seahawks are pretty low.
I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
I don't think I would start by telling him that, but we can kind of politely tell him we disagree. So we'll get some insight on that and some more perspective on the national stage about this Seahawks team. He joins us next here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
The clack of the cleats, the sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton,
the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Seattle home prices, well, they just keep going up, and you might be ready to take advantage. If you're getting ready to sell or just moved into a new home, now is the time to get a thorough inspection of your crawl space and attic. And don't do it yourself. You don't want to be crawling around in there. You probably don't even really know what to look for. It's Mike Salk here, and Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to, so you can know if there's anything going on in your crawl space or attic without having to crawl into and evaluate those spaces on your own. A free inspection will let you know if your home is energy efficient and if the air you're breathing is clean and safe. Plus, there are some really great utility rebates available right now to help you with the cost of the new insulation if it's needed. How nice would it be to get someone else to cover that cost? Had them out to my house, and it was a great idea. Did that free corner-to-corner inspection, found some issues. They took the pictures, showed them to me, and then solved the problem. No issues since. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified, plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card, allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Want to cut your home energy bills, breathe cleaner air, and improve comfort? The answer, AeroSeal from Home Comfort Alliance. This advanced process seals leaks in your ductwork, improving efficiency and air quality. Normally $2,500. Right now, for PSC customers, get AeroSeal for as little as $99 when they install a furnace or heat pump. Plus, save up to 25% on remaining 2024 heat pumps and air conditioners from Home Comfort Alliance. Visit homecomfortalliance.com today.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these 3 books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Seattle Children's is leading the fight against pediatric cancer with groundbreaking research in immunotherapy. It reprograms a child's own T cells to hunt down and destroy cancer. It's hope, powered by science. But here's the truth. Pediatric cancer research is drastically underfunded. That's why Safeway is stepping up, and you can too. G. Scott here asking you to say yes to donating to Immunoheroes next time you're at Safeway checkout. Together, we can help fight cancer for all kid kind.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Mike Lefko and Brock Heward here with you on a Tuesday morning. Training camp. It is here, Brock. Seahawks training camp begins tomorrow. Everyone's on the field. NFL teams reporting today. So who better to bring on than ESPN NFL analyst Seth Walder? He joins us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Seth, thanks for joining us this morning. It's exciting, right? Football is back. We do have a lot to talk about with you. Before we kind of ask you about the Seahawks and the rankings you guys put out, what's this time of year like for you guys when it seems like, hey, summer comes to an end and everyone just gets back to it full force?
Well, it's fun, first of all, but, a lot of it is doing kind of some of the exercises we're going to talk about today. We're previewing the season, ranking teams, ranking players, figuring out where everybody stacks up, picking breakouts, players who are going to fall off, all of that. And then there's also a lot of, for me at least, there's a lot of research components that happen during the summer. I just sort of explore numbers, data, player tracking, anything that can help me get ready for the season.
There was a day and time, Mr. Seth, that ESPN, the magazine, was out and about, and there was a year that I had to chart all my favorite quarterbacks when I was working at ESPN and kept a QB power rankings through the years. And at times, I just threw my arms up. I'm like, I don't know. I can't watch every game. I don't see all these guys. I can look at some of the raw numbers. I'm going to guess you've got a few more tools, you and your contemporaries have put together this kind of list, a few more tools. How many hours, how much time, how many resources went into compiling this top 32 roster list for you guys?
Well, it was different. We each had our own. One of the ways we went about this was we each had our own process. So we each ranked them separately. And I think that's actually quite useful to go about it on our own and then and then we put them together, right? And I think that allows for some disagreement, and it allows for people not to be influenced by one another. We didn't look at each other's rankings. And so I like doing it that way. For me, I think for all three of us, actually, I should say, we're looking at, like you said, a whole slew of different numbers when it comes to every position on the roster and trying to figure out how good each of these teams are. The irony is that all three of us are numbers people, but there is no number that you can say that just overall encapsulates a roster. Like, at the end of the day, we're taking the numbers, but there's some vibes in there as well, right? There sort of has to be.
Yeah, so Seth and then your colleagues Mike and Aaron at ESPN put out this roster ranking that we were discussing yesterday when it came out. And Seth, you guys have the Seahawks at number 20. Is that due to lack of superstar talent, some questions about the offense, or how did that determination come up? The Seahawks are the 20th best roster here in the NFL.
I think the questions about the offense are really the biggest thing here. So you look across the board, and I think you have questions at almost every spot. Sam Darnold, start there. At least for me, I'm generally a skeptic. I think he was in as good a position as you could possibly be in. Last season, he had the best wide receiver in football, maybe the best play caller in football, or at least like top 5. He had a pretty good pass protection, and he ended up 14th in QBR. To me, that says that's a below average quarterback. I think we all know about Seattle's offensive line struggles in the past. I think there's a way that this offensive line can work out, right? Maybe Gray Zabel hits the ground running, both tackles stay healthy, maybe Oluwatimi has some progression. And yeah, you could squint and see it, but I wouldn't bank on that. And then JSN's amazing, but then who are you getting after that? Is Cooper Kupp able to stay on the field? Do they have, are they going to get up much from the rookie Arroyo at tight end? Like, all of those things together, and I say that's not a lot that you can bank on. And so to me, it is that offensive side of the ball that puts them probably at 20th.
Seth, this has been a very kind of common narrative over the last few months from a national level when it comes to these Seahawks. And just out of curiosity for you, and I'm not going to ask you what your colleagues would have done on this, but for you, if Geno and DK were still Seahawks, and they could still draft Gray Zabel and kind of make the moves, and it'd be a little harder, right, because they had draft capital that came back to help them make some of these moves. But if Geno and DK were still here, would you have had the Seahawks number 20?
No, they would have been better. They would have been higher with Geno and DK. I mean, I think Geno Smith's a better quarterback than Sam Darnold, and certainly Metcalf. I know he had a little bit of a down year last year, but I feel still really – I mean, he's in the prime of his career. He's a really good player. He's much better than Cooper Kupp. They would be a better team. I mean, I think that like for if in that situation, I think you're looking at it's like, okay, what does Kubiak bring in, and can the offensive line click? I think there's more questions now than just that. But in that scenario, yeah, they would have been a better team. Do you guys agree? I'm curious what you think.
Yeah, it's interesting. So we watch every play, and we're so close to this. And it's why we always appreciate national perspectives. But I think most of us would say, yeah, the system was really poor. It was a really poor system fit, unfortunately, with what they tried to do a year ago with that staff. That Geno has some tremendous numbers, but shrunk in the red zone, and from a leadership and elevating people around him was not a great strength. And DK, for a super talent, still had critical mistakes that led to critical game-ending interceptions, and was a very hot-tempered, volatile guy as well. So I think that there's a part, and I'll raise my hand and say, I like this move. Will it work? Don't know. Would it drop them from 15 to 20 in my own rankings? No. But that's proximity and maybe closeness to it. And I think it was the right move at the right time for John and the Seahawks to have to make.
Well, and I think, what's interesting about what you said is like there's sort of a difference between, okay, maybe they drop a few spots. Was it worth it, though, is kind of a different question.
Yes.
Because to me,
yes.
I was quite skeptical of what they did. In the end, when you look at the move and you swap out Geno Smith for Sam Darnold, I think that's a little bit of a downgrade. But either way, you're talking about Geno Smith and Sam Darnold. We're talking about $20 million less in fully guaranteed money and a third-round pick. well, you can start to make up that difference there when you look at the whole package.
Yeah, and I know the league has changed, Seth, and it's a different game today than it was when Pete and John built it the first time. But I think you're going to find a lot of us that say, "Sheesh, back in the day, look at how good they were and what they made work offensively." With, just guys sometimes right off the streets, right? With the capital they spent on their offensive line, with different things, because they had that elite defense. They had that suffocating, difference-making, you're not going to score on us kind of defense. And I think there's some hope and expectations that in year number 2 of Mike McDonald, this very good defense a year ago, can take that next step.
I think I'm with you on that front. I think that is absolutely feasible. I'm generally sort of bullish on McDonald because of what he did in Baltimore, and you could sort of imagine how this could really work out. One thing I really liked they did this offseason was keep Ernest Jones. Jones was such a good blitzer when he was with the Rams, and McDonald, when he was with Baltimore, was so effective at using linebackers to threaten, whether it was simulated pressure or bringing them as blitzers. And I really think that could be a match that helps this defense. And if it breaks right for this defense, you can see it, right? Like Reek Wollins had his moments. Obviously Witherspoon's great. Leonard Williams was unbelievable last year. And so, boy, Maffei's win rate numbers have always been pretty exceptional. And so it could really break right for Seattle. I don't think it's a guarantee, but I think that's in the cards.
Hey, Seth, you put out a piece a couple weeks ago grading each team's offseason, and it caught me right away because the top 3 grades were all teams in the Seahawks division. The Rams, the Cardinals, and the 49ers all got your best grades. How much better do you think the rest of this division got in this offseason?
They got better. So with the 49ers, I do think there's a pretty good chance we look back on last season as being sort of a blip. And I think that there was that was a moment, and they are certainly getting older. I don't think there's guarantees, but I think we could look back at them as easily see them as a powerhouse once again from this season forward. With the Rams, I think that they're really a very good team. One of the reasons, though, I liked what they did so much has a little less to do with this season. It was how they set themselves up for this year and beyond. So they kept Stafford, but then they made this trade down, this incredible trade with Atlanta, where they're getting a future one from a team that has an unknown at quarterback. And so what I loved about it was that they still were able to make a pick, a mid-second round pick this year, but then set themselves up in the future for when they're going to need a quarterback. So that's more like a long-term concern for the Rams, though obviously they brought in Devontae Adams. I think that could work as well. And then Arizona, they just, it wasn't like that flashy, but they had some needs. Josh Sweat, I think, is not a perfect player, but he really upgrades at a spot for them that they needed. So I do think that, yes, it's a tougher situation for Seattle this year than it was, say, a year ago.
What struck me, last thing for me here, Seth, is just looking at the overall kind of aggregate numbers, right? I think the perception, rightfully so, is the AFC is so much tougher and such a more difficult gauntlet because you've got the elite quarterbacks, Lamar and Josh and Joe and Patrick. So looking at your guys' list, and I know this is all 3 of you put together, but we've got in the AFC 1, 4, 5, 6, and 9, 5 of the top 10. In the NFC, we got 2, 3, 7, 8, and 10. So 5 of the 10. What's striking to me, and the NFC West fits into this with those 3 teams that Mike asked you about, the NFC then in the next strata, right, from 11 to 20, has 7. Has 7, 11, 12, 14, 15, 17, and 20 with the Seahawks. Just 13, 16, and 19 from the AFC. And then finally, from 21 to 30, 7 in the AFC. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 28, 29. So what do I make of that kind of data?
No, that's interesting. I haven't looked at it quite like that.
You hadn't looked at it like that, Seth? You guys did the article. Seth.
I know, but I hadn't thought about it like that.
Brock's beautiful mind. Different data points, yeah.
My weird mind.
No, it's good. No, what I think that says to me is, we know about sort of the upside ability of that crew of AFC teams, but to me, that middle tier that you're talking about, what I think about with all these teams is like we have what we think they are, but then there's error bands around it, right? And so that what that means is that you have this giant clump in the middle, and some of those teams are going to make a leap that we didn't see coming, but they're within range to be elite in that group. And so I think to me, it says you have this wide swath of teams in the NFC, and a couple of them are going to be, I don't know, 11, 12 win teams and be Super Bowl contenders that we didn't necessarily expect. And that to me makes it just, way more wide open.
Hey, Seth, when you guys look at this season, how much do you factor in coaching? Or are you just trying to look at this from a data and statistical standpoint? Because, you touched on this, that roster rankings and a preseason projection is different than the coaching impact. When you factor in Mike Macdonald in year 2, do you think that can be enough of a boost for the Seahawks team? Or is it still just a talent deficiency and too many unknowns for them for you this season?
Yes. So I'm so glad you asked about this. To me, this exercise is trying to take coaching out of it. Mm-hmm. And so what I think is interesting sometimes is where we look at the differences between like this roster ranking and maybe how you would expect the team to be. So like Minnesota, it was interesting. I was really torn with Minnesota because I sort of felt like the roster is pretty good, but I also think they have an excellent coaching staff. And so I was like, well, how good could they possibly be, right? Clearly their roster should be worse than however good I think they are. To come back to your point, yes, I believe that Macdonald does have the potential to be that sort of schematic advantage, right? It's like what on the offensive side of the ball Ben Johnson provided for Detroit, or what say Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay have provided for San Francisco and LA for a long time. I think that Macdonald has the potential to be that for Seattle. He was that in Baltimore. I think we have to still see him elevate it, but I think that you have that potential, and not every team necessarily has a place to have a coach that can really elevate a unit. I do think Macdonald's in the camp that can.
Well, really interesting stuff, Seth. Yes, certainly a thorough and fascinating read that you and your colleagues put together out now on ESPN, the 2025 NFL offseason grades, and that was your piece, and then you guys ranked every single roster heading into this season, and training camp's here. It's going to be an exciting time. Thanks for joining us this morning, Seth.
Thank you.
There is ESPN's Seth Walder. Yeah, great stuff, Brock. How fascinating is this? Just the depth and the amount of detail that these guys go into to really kind of put a profile of each team out there. And I thought it was interesting. Yeah. We can get into this a little bit later after we get to the Blue 88, but I did think it was interesting really quickly that he mentioned that you take coaching out of it. So when you just look at the Seahawks roster, that raw data with the roster, it might be a little deficient compared to teams around the league. I think the Macdonald factor can be one that's tough to quantify, but could be a big impact for them.
It has to be. He's got to be that kind of disruptor. And, it is a broader conversation. Maybe we can have this tomorrow of just the impact that we believe coaches can have. I think the sense is, and I'm very curious to kind of peel it back with you. I think the sense is that football coaches have the most impact of any of the professional coaches at the highest level. The NBA is your stars and your talent. The baseball, you can just kind of throw out your talent over 162. But football, schematically, is still one. If you're a true disruptor of the business that can get it done, maybe that'll be a debate we can have tomorrow.
I don't know what you mean. Coach LeBron has the most impact of anyone in any sport. So, no, I got it. Yeah, we'll talk about that. We'll do that tomorrow. It's a good idea. Right now, let's get to Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Heward breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Brock, in a survey of Big Ten football writers by Cleveland.com, kind of an unofficial Big Ten media poll, which, by the way, I don't even know if they're doing one anymore. The Big 12 they went away with it because, it's tough to project with massive conferences now. But in this wide-scoping survey put together by Cleveland.com of writers and media who cover the Big Ten, the Huskies were picked to finish 10th.
Yeah.
Is that justified?
Yeah, I think that's a fair number. I think you could maybe say 9. But just overall, it'd be the same exercise, right? It'd just be kind of the roster, the amount of production that's been had in the past. You're very high on Damon Williams, but you don't really know over the course of a season if they improve their offensive line, Mike. I mean, it's kind of an exercise. It's somewhat similar to your Seattle Seahawks. There's areas of great strength. Their secondaries should be absolutely elite. They may have a first round in Boston, a first round kind of talent at wide receiver. Jonah Coleman's an awesome little running back, but there's still just enough unknown when you compare it to Penn State and Ohio State and Oregon and Illinois and the amount of returners in Nebraska and USC. So I think it is a justifiable number. Quick little story about your Big 12. I chatted actually with a Big 12 coach about this. It was the coaches that said, we're out on this preseason poll. We don't want it at the media days. The guys can do it, but we're not going to broadcast it. The league isn't going to broadcast it. We don't want that out. And the reason why, Mike, is different than the Big Ten or the SEC. The SEC and Big Ten want it out. They're the superpowers. They don't think there's this is great for them. We have all this depth and all this talent. The Big 12's like, hey man, it creates a bias. What happened with Kenny Dillingham at ASU last year when they were picked to finish last? That hung around them all year long, right? And I believe Iowa State, K-State played very early, if not the opening game of the year. And coaches were like, if we're going to we lose that game, like all of a sudden we don't have margin that these other two conferences have. We have bias that we're fighting against and rowing against anyway, so let's just eliminate that, unlike the Big Ten and SEC that love that kind of exposure.
All right, number 2. Yeah, I believe Big Ten Media Days start today in Vegas, a 3-day affair. We'll see if a poll comes out where the Huskies are ranked, but yeah, right now they're 10th in that poll by Cleveland.com. Brock, you mentioned that Dave Wyman might be onto something. Yeah. So what's Dave Wyman onto when foreshadowing some potential roster decisions and competitions for the Seahawks?
Yeah, he's kind of commented about Jake Bobo, and I'm kind of there with him. And his point being nothing against Jake Bobo, a great guy, a fan favorite, gets absolutely everything out of every mitochondria in his body. But this is kind of the Noah Fant. Like, where do you fit? Where do you fit? And where does Jake Bobo fit? He's an elite special team player. You know what the Seahawks brought in at receiver as well? Other elite special teams players. They drafted one in the 7th round that blocked more punts than anybody in college football, right? They bring in a punt returner that's got NFL experience and juice in Houston and Baltimore. So there's going to be competition within his room, but then you look at the bigger picture and say, wow, okay, well, Brady Russell's making this team, and Oots is making this team, and the other Salbert's making this team because they're all great special teams players. Where does that leave the musical chairs with Jake Bobo? I think that's a real discussion, a real conversation, and obviously he's got to remain unbelievably healthy and not be good. Bobo can't be good in special teams in these 3 preseason games, Mike. He's got to be elite and a differentiator amongst his peers because that competition is going to be red hot.
Brock, I didn't know this until last night when Maura brought it to our attention that Tom Brady has a newsletter. Maura, are you a subscriber to Tom Brady's newsletter?
Surprisingly, I'm not.
Okay, I figured that's how you know.
I only found out about it last night, so maybe I will become one.
Okay, that's stunning to me. I figured you'd be like one of the first subscribers to the Brady newsletter. But yes, in his newsletter, Brock, he wrote that he viewed his rivals as enemies, and that would be Peyton Manning, certainly one of his peak rivals at the time. Was the feeling mutual for Peyton when it came to his competitive zeal, as you put it, for Brady?
Yes, it was. This was from his newsletter. Quote, when I look back on my relationship with Peyton, my respect, admiration, appreciation for him as a competitor has grown with each passing year. It was always there, don't misunderstand, but while we were competing against each other, I couldn't let that get in the way of the fact he was my enemy and didn't respect me. And I think it was the exact same for Peyton as well, right? Facing New England, and got a chance to do that a couple different times. I think the difference and why Tom had a lot of success there is Tom equally walked this fine line, Lefko, where that guy's my enemy and he's not my friend, but I also can't make him bigger than he is. I got to remain in that neutral, right? And treat kind of everybody in that vein. Whereas I think for Peyton, it might have been a little more of a battle because of all the success that Brady had, because Brady was the 6th rounder, because Brady was this, this and that, and been to Super Bowls and won Super Bowls, and Peyton was on the other end of it. It took him time, right? There were playoff losses. You were in Indiana, right? There was this unmet expectations, and so I think in some ways Tom was a bigger enemy, if that makes sense, to Peyton, as Peyton was to Tom Brady.
Yeah, you're right. I was growing up there in Indiana. There was that overwhelming catharsis when they finally beat the Patriots in 2006, I guess 2007 playoffs. That, okay, this was the Super Bowl. Like, they just won the Super Bowl. They finally got past the Patriots. You're right. Yeah. It's a tough line. I like the point you brought up, the straddling of not building someone into a larger-than-life entity that gets into your head, but also putting them high enough in regards that you have to drive yourself to be better and better. Yep. I wonder, and Maura brought this up, I wonder if that exists now in the NFL or across any pro sport, because players go to teams so frequently. We talked to Gambo yesterday, and he was kind of laughing at Kevin Durant, who has been everywhere. And guys that were his enemies, he has now teamed up with, and he's moved out on elsewhere. I wonder if that exists anymore in pro sports, where you have one guy who just drives you to be better because there is some hatred and animosity.
Well, in some ways, and that's a little Blue 88. Appreciate you, Lyle. In some ways, isn't that a little bit of Josh Allen Mahomes? And maybe personalities are different of Brady and Manning than they are of Allen and Mahomes. But in many ways, right, Allen is the Peyton Manning in this analogy, where here's Mahomes, and right, Mahomes winning championships and going to all these Super Bowls and just winning, and Josh just chasing and chasing. But I bet you, yeah, Josh looks at Mahomes the same way Peyton looked at Brady, like, I got to topple this guy, and he's killing me, and he's killing my mafia, and he's killing my NFL career, because all he's doing is winning ring after ring after ring.
Yeah, it has certainly evolved into that. We'll see what the next chapter is. It's interesting to think how Lamar fits into that, because he's that tertiary great talent, but it doesn't feel like the Ravens have consistently enough been there that they have challenged the Chiefs for supremacy. They've come up short against the Bills a couple of times. So Lamar is the most singular talent out of those three, perhaps, especially the last few years. And then Joe Burrow. You got 4 quarterbacks, but you're right. If you distill it down to Allen and Mahomes, there are strains of that Manning and Brady rivalry there. So, all right, Tom Brady's got a newsletter. That's what we learned in Blue 88.
Do you think he writes it himself and then has it edited, or do you think there's a ghostwriter? Do you think he sends voice memos like Peyton
You know
does?
him better than we do now. Does he write it himself? I don't think there's any way he writes it himself.
Probably doesn't put pen to paper, but probably does it via voice memos.
You think he's a voice memo guy?
Well,
just
Peyton's
long,
a voice memo
rambling
guy.
voice memo. Okay.
Peyton's that's kind of what those superstars do. It's kind of the way they go about it. And then somebody does a lot of work to edit and put together, but pretty cool. Those are definitely his thoughts. I know that.
Yeah.
You're not going to let something said that doesn't, go through him first. But, folks of those ilk, they run in a different race than you and I do.
Oh, okay. Sounds like you run in a closer race to those than we do.
You and I, we're like ducks. Our feet are so busy underneath the water. We're like paddle boarders, right? The paddle's just in the water.
It is, constantly.
Yes.
All right, that is Blue 88. We'll get back to some Seahawks discussions coming up a little bit later at 9:30. A lot of baseball to get to. Jeff Passan will join us at 8:30. And there is some potential concern about what's sustainable for one key Mariners hitter in the second half of this season. Get into that up next here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Cal is on a historic pace. We haven't really seen anything like this, right? You have to look around the rest of that team and go, okay, who's going to carry some of this offensive load? Do you feel like it could be Randy?
It could be. It should be. You need guys like Randy to step up. Can we expect him to have 2 bombs a night? No, let's be real. And I think most of you are going to be real. 4 RBIs last night, the most since April 9th against Houston, so that's good.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, everybody, it's Bob Stelton here. Let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for refractive lens exchange. Now, if you're somebody like me who struggled with distance vision, maybe you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution like it was for me. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. K2 Vision RLE is quick, painless, and I am seeing great now without glasses or readers. I can actually read restaurant menus. I can read the receipts when they show up. I can read texts on my phone. It's amazing. RLE is an absolute game changer. I'm so excited to spend my good active years not needing reading glasses. K2 Vision RLE gave me great vision that's permanent. The doctors at K2 Vision have performed over 150,000 lens procedures, so they know when RLE is right for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life.
And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey golf fans, Jordan Babineau here. Get ready for an unforgettable weekend at the 2025 Boeing Classic. Come see Masters champions and Hall of Fame golfers battle it out at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge, August 8th through the 10th. Bring the whole family and check out Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Plus, celebrate 20 years of the Boeing Classic, supporting the Benaroya Research Institute at Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. It's more than just golf. It's an experience you won't want to miss. August 8th through the 10th. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BlowingClassic.com for more.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Seahawks Football Fest is back at Lumen Field, Saturday, August 2nd at 6 p.m. Kick off your weekend with this exclusive practice in an evening full of football, family, and fun. Meet Seahawks legends, Seahawks dancers, and Blitz. Check out the gaming zone, face painters, live music, and DJ, and don't miss the autographed football toss. There's entertainment for all ages. Get an inside look at your 2025 Seattle Seahawks at Football Fest. Get your tickets at Seahawks.com.
Ooma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
The countdown is on.
2 more days until Seahawks training camp.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Well, we've got a big 2 hours coming up. Big 2 hours. Brock, it's kind of a dress rehearsal. We get through those first two, and now coming up at 8:30, Jeffrey Passan. You call him, you're the only one who calls him that, right? Everyone else goes with Jeff. You kind of go to the familiar. Might as well. It comes on every week. But Jeff Passan at 8:30, and then Answer the Question Jerk at 9:45. So we need questions. We're the jerks, so we need questions. 866-979-3776. Submit your questions This is about anything, right? Sports, life.
Yeah, I see the 509
anything,
here.
yeah.
Michael, how's your dating life these days?
No, I didn't see any question from the 509 about that. That's not your area code, is it?
Oh, that's right.
That was your question.
I'm sorry, 945 will do that.
Yeah, oh, okay. I was wondering when you would sneak that in. Kind of waiting, a little
Just waiting in the
hesitant.
weeds, waiting in
So
the
Brock and I made a bet. I hosted with you before the Super Bowl. Right? One of these days before the Super Bowl months ago. And we did some prop bets. So Maura put out, like 6 or 7 things, and we compiled a list, and whoever got more right would win something.
Yeah.
And actually, my payoff was going to be that your good friend now, he of the Tom Brady newsletter, you would get him to join our show when I was on.
That's right.
So that's if I won. I did not win. I lost the Super Bowl prop bet. So Brock, in his meddlesomeness, his request was that I answer a dating question of your choosing?
A Michael Lefko newsletter on his dating.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, just the same kind of Tom Brady newsletter, but Michael's on the dating net. Your mom deserves it. Your fans deserve it. Women in the Pacific Northwest deserve it.
Oh,
So,
I'm sure
yes.
our listeners right now, they can't think of anything else they'd want to hear more, except for anything else than a story I have to tell about my personal life. But sure, I'll oblige. I will pay up. I lost that bet. So I guess that's coming at 9:45. But we do want legitimate questions as well. Answer the question, Jerk, at 9:45. 866-979-3776.
Okay. So yesterday I asked you, and this will lead into what we've got on the fun show sheet here, and a couple pieces of data I sent you guys' way yesterday. Yesterday I asked you, and I don't know if there is a great defining answer to this, but I asked you, would you rather have these Milwaukee Brewers coming in here, winners of 10 in a row, second longest winning streak in the history of their franchise, 13 to begin a season, I believe, in the late 80s. So it's been a long time since this kind of prosperity. Would you rather have that, or would you kind of rather have them, on the other end of it and thinking, they're going to lose. I mean, eventually they're going to lose, right? And where do you fall on that? Do you tend to fall one way or another? Would you rather have a team, as blistering hot as they are, thinking they're going to regress to the mean, or would you rather have them kind of ho-hum, win here, win there, 500?
You wanted this, right? You wanted this team to be good because you thought they would lose. Isn't that what you kind of were getting at yesterday?
I think I lean that way in data in baseball, because we hear 4 words in baseball all the time: regression to the mean. Dylan Moore is not going to hit 7 home runs a month. Jorge Polanco is not going to have a 200 plus 200 OPS plus. Randy Arozarena is going to stop on the gravy train of home runs every night, right? Eventually, our eyes see that. Our numbers tell us that. There's no way the Brewers are going to win 11, 12, 13, 14. They've only won 13 games one other time in the history of the franchise.
The problem with that, I think the Brewers have shown outside of this, they're 60-40. They have the best record in baseball. So it's not like this came out of nowhere. So had this been a team that was, 500, or maybe a White Sox kind of team, or some team that over the sample size of the season and that regression to the mean, had they come in on a 7 or 8 game win streak, wouldn't feel as bad. But this is now the best team playing at their peak, and you're catching them at the wrong time. So, yeah, I'd rather have played the Brewers early on before they found this rhythm, and now they will lose at some point. But is it going to happen in this series? Maybe. Tonight, probably not, because Jacob Mizorowski has been one of the most sensational pitchers in baseball. They might, though. We don't know. You can get anything happening in baseball. But because their sample size is now large enough that over 100 games, they have the best record, that's why this was concerning.
Okay. So over 100 games is Cal Raleigh and Randy Arozarena's track record and volume enough? Because they put together a top 10 list of guys having career years when it comes to their OPS. And at the top of that list is Cal Raleigh.
Yeah.
I think fourth on that list, or was it Randy Arozarena that was top of that list compared to previous years? But Randy and Cal, regardless, Randy and Cal, we know this. We can see it with our eyes, and the numbers tell us this, are having career years when it comes to their kind of production. Sustainable? Is there enough volume? Is 100
wait.
games
Sustainable?
Enough?
You mean sustainable over the rest of this season or the next few years?
To that same point about the Brewers with 100 games, is 100 games enough to tell you that, yes, Cal and Randy are going to stay on this kind of pace, and I've seen it long enough that they're going to have career years over the next 62?
Yes. And now Cal Raleigh's not going to have the kind of home run pace that he did. because of what you said, regression to the mean. That's going to wear on them. But what I read into that, and I took an important point away from what you sent, if Randy Arozarena and Cal Raleigh are having career years, I think you need to do everything you can to support them. Because you're not going to get a year like this out of Cal Raleigh. He's not going to hit 38 home runs over the first 90-plus games of the season. That, to me, accentuates the urgency to add now and to do these short-term moves where there are those two schools of thought. Do you mortgage your future and all these intriguing prospects that you can wait and they can all come to fruition, and you have a team that's come up through your farm system, controllable players for many years, homegrown, you have them for a while, or do you strike while the iron's hot with 2 career years from an Arozarena and a Cal Raleigh and support them as much as you can to make sure you capitalize when they're having those years?
I think if you were to tweet that out, I think the majority of the audience would say you've got to go for it. Because there is no guarantee and no assurance that these prospects, as heralded as they are, and 9 of them in the top 100 in baseball, rich in ways that you have not been, certainly in Jerry's tenure here, that A, you've got volume to do that, and B, even with all of those accolades, you just don't know. You just don't know if they ever pop and ever turn into Cal Raleigh and Logan Gilbert and George Kirby and difference makers. So this is not, and even to Seth's point last hour, who joined us there looking at the NFL level, even like the Rams, who have now accumulated a couple first-round picks, there's no guarantees even on first-round picks in the NFL, let alone top 100 players, top prospects. So, yeah, I think most would say, and I would fall in that camp, you're not going to get rid of 6 or 7 of these top 10 guys anyway. If we've got to, do away with one, if Eugenio Suarez is going to cost you 1 of your top 10 picks, yeah, it is go time. It is now time to go pull that trigger.
And I think, again, getting back to the fact that there is proof that this group has done it before, and then they can build it back up. And it worked when he did in 2022. There is your one shining example that you can literally pull off something similar by trading away the 2 top prospects. We can go back and look and find that grade. That in the short term, the Reds overwhelmingly, quote, won the trade because they got great prospect capital for the future. They have 2 shortstops. They're going to help revitalize this team. The Mariners in the short term, they got a guy that could help them do whatever. Because at that point in 2022, it was still uncertain if they'd make the playoffs. They did. And Luis Castillo was a huge part of that. So the simple fact that you have a track record of having done that and still building it back up to maybe even better levels than it had been, that gets along to it as well. We'll get back to that. We'll ask your guy, Jeff Passan, at 8:30 about that as well. But Brock, with training camps underway, teams are reporting. There is a lot of news happening around the NFL. We'll get to all of that, everything you need to know, up next here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Cal is on a historic pace. We haven't really seen anything like this, right? You have to look around the rest of that team and go, okay, who's going to carry some of this offensive load? Do you feel like it could be Randy?
It could be. It should be. You need guys like Randy to step up. Can we expect him to have 2 bombs a night? No, let's be real. And I think most of you are going to be real. 4 RBIs last night, the most since April 9th against Houston, so that's good.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
This is my life. This is my family's life. The people that work here, they're my family. When something's not right with them, it's not right with us.
We get notifications every time we get a review. And I said, how do you not let it eat you up? Sometimes I feel so responsible. And his answer was, I just look at it as an opportunity. We need that feedback to learn and to do better. I'm grateful for the feedback.
Big part of sales is the relationship aspect. People want to do business with someone they can trust, who's a real person. They don't feel like you're just going after their money. And when you take the time to get to know them, get to know their needs, not be a car salesman, but be a consultant, then they feel more comfortable with you, and the experience is better on both sides.
It's not about closing deals. It's about opening relationships, helping people make the right choice. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof.
Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
I saw her texting coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on seattlesports.com.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
You got a pipe with a leak, water's reaching its peak.
DayandNight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
The throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
DayandNight.net.
Have a clogged drain, water heater issue, or plumbing repair, and wish you could get a second opinion? Maybe it's sticker shock, or you'd like to know your options. Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Day and Night will provide you with a fair and honest quote, explain all your options, and help you with the right solution. Give us a call or visit dayandnight.net. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
DayandNight.net.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Brock, we know the Mariners lost Game 1 of the series against the Brewers last night, but what you need to know is that there is a heck of a pitching matchup tonight. Milwaukee, who has the best record in baseball, 60-40. They send rookie Jacob Mizorowski to the mound. Triple-digit fastball and a 98-mile-an-hour slider. Now, I don't know if you know about this, Brock, but have you noticed that extension, big part of that delivery for pitchers, Jacob Mizorowski has the best extension rate in baseball, ahead of Logan Gilbert. So his extension, there's a big article. I didn't just make this up. These are data points that the experts track. But there's a big article and a breakdown of him, Mizorowski, today on MLB.com. His fastball has an average extension of 7.5 feet off the rubber. That's coming 7.5 feet closer to the hitter than a normal pitcher. Logan Gilbert actually 99th percentile. His is right up there as well. But you've seen these guys. You've seen these tall,
fair to say,
freakish
maybe
pitchers.
the greatest extension in the history of baseball will be on stage, center stage.
Certainly the greatest extension battle in the history of baseball tonight.
That's what I'm talking about.
Now, how about that? Huge matchup. I mean, we're kind of talking about this and the extent of Mizorowski and what he can do. But Logan Gilbert, someone you expect to be there for the Mariners in that second half. I know he's dealt with injuries, but do you kind of circle this one as this is one of the more pivotal games in these final 62?
Yeah, I mean, you just like to find a way to win series when you're playing good teams. That's kind of my expectations, and it's why I was a little more positive. I think you and Lyle coming off that Houston series, and you guys rightfully so, kind of nitpicking, hey man, when you got a lead and you're 12 outs away from sweeping those guys, go sweep them, but find a way to win series. Didn't get it done last night in the opener. This team has been a resilient team. This Mariners crew has been able to find ways against the Skeens, against the Scoobles, against the most talented guys in the league. And, well, with the Miz tonight, they're going to get another crack at it with a guy with absolutely electric elite stuff. I'm, I guess, more focused, Mike, honestly, on our own, on Logan. Okay. Right? Yeah. And George showed this last night, and Wu has shown this consistently this season. Luis certainly at home has shown this. Like, they can put a lot of zeros on the board. A lot of zeros. Just have to keep the crooked number off. That has been some of the challenge in some of these games, and why they sit 6 games over 500 and not 20 games like those Milwaukee Brewers.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Seahawks made a few roster moves yesterday before the team officially reports to camp today. That included waiving undrafted free agent corner Zy Alexander. They then signed another cornerback, Cam Alexander, and they also signed nose tackle Justin Rogers, who had been a Cowboys draft pick last year. Brock, we look at this cornerback churn. I think we feel like with Shaquille Griffin there, with Josh Jobe on the other side, it might be set, but do you think there's anything up for grabs in the cornerback room?
Oh, yeah, I think there always is in that kind of 5th and 6th spot, and some of that is special teams. And, Nehemiah Pritchett was, got some seasoning last year, did not play at a real consistent level. But, yeah, I think you feel good about who your kind of top 4 are. And I'll get into this tomorrow. I think tomorrow with the start of Seahawks training camp, I'm going to give you a kind of 3, 4, 5 kind of next level just football scheme. Maybe it'll be centered around that Mike McDonald and coaching impetus and emphasis. So we're going to have some of that. By the way, this dude they did sign, almost 340 pounds. So think of Hankins. Think of big boy. Okay. That's a big anchor right in the middle of it, which is still a component in this defense that's used. It's kind of a thankless job, but yeah, that's a big guy that might push Hankins in some way over the course of this camp.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Around the rest of baseball, if we're in division and then wild card watch, the Astros are in the series against the Diamondbacks. We talked about the unique perspective of, hey, if the Diamondbacks lose, it might help from the trade deadline, but also if the Astros win, that division deficit grows for the Mariners, and it did last night. So the Astros snapped the Diamondbacks' 4-game win streak. Bryce Matthews, their recent call-up, drove in 5 runs, 6-3 win for the Astros. The Mariners are now 5 games back in the division. When do we get to the point when it's too insurmountable? Are you there yet? Are you focused on the wild card, or is this division still within reach for you?
Yeah, I think if you're kind of in that 5 spot, it feels within reach. Once you get to 6, 7, 8, and you've got, 60 games left, I think you get to a little bit of a concerning number. I seem to remember the Mariners were, 10 games up in mid-June last year? I know we're almost to August, so
they had lost that
scenario.
by the All-Star break. Remember, because then the Astros in that first series out of the break took the lead back. So
yeah. Hey, by the way, did you see what your beloved White Sox did?
My White Sox.
Ah, well,
all of our White Sox,
about the
right?
Rays,
Beat the Rays, yeah.
You're a game and a half up on the Rays in the wild card, and you're like, well, they got the White Sox, and the White Sox just beat them, and the Red Sox lose last night, and the Yankees lose last night. So in the wild card standings, you lose 0 ground. Yeah, you do, unfortunately, lose a game to those Astros.
Yeah, Brock, did you hear how the Red Sox lost?
I did hear that.
All right, let's hear it right now. Let's play it again for people who didn't. On a walk-off, overturned catcher's interference.
That pitch just a bit outside.
That catcher's interference?
That's a good question. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow.
Philadelphia is challenging that there was catcher's interference on the play.
Can you imagine? Oh, my goodness, there was.
After review, the call on the field is overturned. There is catcher's interference.
Wow! The Phillies have won on a catcher's interference.
Hey, Tiger Bags.
Baseball is amazing.
Obviously, the Phillies call there. That's not the Red Sox call. That's NBC Sports Philadelphia. I'm sure the Red Sox call a little more morose and subdued. What a way to lose. That would be among the worst ways to lose a game I can think of.
I think Salk asked Passan a couple weeks ago what he loves the most about the game still, right, to this day, and all the different machinations and moves and all these conversations that we, consistently have, Mike, on so many different subjects. And I believe, paraphrasing, Jeff basically said, because you never know. On any given night, the game produces something that you go into it, you have no idea. And that was one of those examples. You have no idea that Philly's going to win on a walk-off catcher's interference. How often does that happen in the game?
We looked it up. What was it more? Like once since they started tracking all this stuff back in 1969.
It happened in 71 with
one
Johnny
other
Bench.
time. Yeah. Literally just one other time.
Oh, that's amazing.
In the half century that we've been tracking this, I guess. So you're right. You're right. Everything that you need to know there, including Trey Hendrickson holding out from Bengals training camp. It's not a surprise. It's been a contentious offseason between the Bengals and Hendrickson. I cannot wait for 9:30, Brock, because we're going to play some Jerry Jones sound and some Mike Brown sound, who is the Bengals owner. But these two, it just highlights the disparity between well-run organizations and ones that don't have a clue. They're just the dysfunctional, the constant churn towards the bottom, and the chaos. And the Bengals made a Super Bowl recently, but that was a fluke. They had great talent. They've
Just
wasted the past few
right?
years.
I think it was, I know, it was, the old Raiders GM, Mike Mayock, that came on with us and just talked about how so many teams just can never win before you get started. I know we have these 32 teams that we just ranked, and you look at them, and to Mike Mayock's point, so many of them have no alignment. You just have no alignment from top to bottom. And those two pieces of sound at 9:30, I think in very many ways speak to that kind of discourse.
Well, Jeff Passan has laid out his best trade candidates for not just the Mariners, but everyone around baseball. We'll get his thoughts on potential trade fits for the M's and what else he expects from them in this second part of the season. Jeff Passan joins us next here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
The clack of the cleats, the sounds of summer drifting off Lake Washington. These sounds of summer are the prelude to the symphony of fall and winter. Football season is coming. Just one more day until Seahawks training camp begins.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton,
the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
It's Mike Salk here, and we've been talking about this. Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can book now for an unforgettable summer experience because the hotel opens up August 8th. Bookings are open at snocasino.com starting on August 8th. The expanded non-gaming floor, the destination spa, the big new entertainment space and convention center, new restaurants as well. They're combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com for details. Seattle's closest, now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
It's time for your summer road trip service at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Before you hit the road, stop by and get your vehicle road trip ready with their incredible service departments, no appointment necessary. Now through July 31st, you can receive $100 off when purchasing 4 eligible tires. Whether you're in the north or the south, their expert technicians have you covered. Visit Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland today for your summer road trip service and drive into adventure with confidence. Offers valid through July 31st, 2025. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Between his hobbies and decades of work in a boatyard, Philip had put his body through a lot.
I'm an avid fly fisherman and an avid skier. It takes its toll.
Not to mention one other thing.
I had a near-fatal motorcycle accident. Absolutely obliterated my lower left leg again.
Philip couldn't live with the pain anymore, so he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
Listening to all these radio spots, I said, what do I got to lose?
What was your experience like with Dr. Wagner?
What I was so impressed with Mark about is that how often you have a surgery like this, and the guy calls you the next day to see how you're doing. I can't say enough good things about the guy, honestly.
And how are you feeling now?
I have no pain, none. 0.
Wow. So would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I'm a fan, believe me. I'd recommend it to anybody.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts Thursday at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Clearance prices on masks, regulators, computers, fins, tanks, BCs, free photo and video seminars, free fitting, and incredible savings on a custom-fit dry suit. Big savings on beginner, advanced, and specialty classes. Underwater Sports' 47th Annual Divers Fair starts this Thursday at the North Seattle Underwater Sports Store, 107th and Aurora Avenue North. Don't miss the biggest scuba sale in America.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? You know, a site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
Want to cut your home energy bills, breathe cleaner air, and improve comfort? The answer, AeroSeal from Home Comfort Alliance. This advanced process seals leaks in your ductwork, improving efficiency and air quality. Normally $2,500. Right now, for PSC customers, get AeroSeal for as little as $99 when they install a furnace or heat pump. Plus, save up to 25% on remaining 2024 heat pumps and air conditioners from Home Comfort Alliance. Visit homecomfortalliance.com today.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Ed, who suffered a neck injury in a highway pileup.
Had a bulge disc in my neck. It was pinching my spinal cord, so reached out to Rob. It was amazing. Their whole team were honest and kept me informed, like they were actually interested in helping me, not just a number. I'm very pleased with the outcome. I would definitely choose these guys again any time of the week.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Mike Lefko and Brock Heward here with you. We got Answer the Question Jerk coming up at 9:45. Brock, I wonder, does Jeff Passan ever submit questions for Answer the Question Jerk? I feel like he has plenty that he would love to ask you and Salk. Yeah.
No, we usually fire his way.
Yeah. Okay. Well, he joins us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. ESPN's Jeff Passan with us. Jeff, how are you this morning?
I'm just glad to have a mic upgrade.
It's a mic trade out. I don't know if it's an upgrade. I think that's the...
Oh, it's an upgrade.
Okay. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. That's the criteria for subbing for Salk. You have to be named Mike. So those are my only qualifications. But, Jeff, we were just remarking, actually, on the, routine, everyday occurrence of a walk-off catcher's interference that ended that Red Sox-Phillies game yesterday.
Listen, baseball is a bounty of oddities, and I love the fact that catcher's interference. It actually happens more than it has in the past. It's sort of part of what you get when catchers are taught to put their gloves down and lift them up to try and frame pitches. That's what fools umpires. And so we were bound to see this, but still seeing it when you go to a baseball game, you just never know what you're going to get, and that's the beauty of it.
Jeffrey, we had a guest last hour, Seth from ESPN, and he was part of a group that ranked all of the 32 NFL rosters going into the season as NFL teams begin training camp today and tomorrow. The Mariners are 53-47, exactly 53% winning percentage, 100 games into this season. As we sit here on this Tuesday, right before the trade deadline, where does this roster after 100 games sit out of the 30 in baseball?
I just hope, I wish that they had won yesterday so they could be at 54%.
54%, I know, so close.
Would have been really fitting.
Yes.
It's such a great question because I look at the Mariners and I believe that in this environment right now, where the best baseball team in 2025 on July 22nd is the Milwaukee Brewers at a 600 winning percentage, which equals 97 win pace. There is no dominant team this year, guys. Nothing even close to it. And when you look at the Brewers, it's almost like they remind me in some ways of the Mariners. The Mariners have a star in Cal Raleigh. The Brewers don't have that, but Milwaukee is just so solid at every position. They are relying on their starting pitching, and they have a bullpen full of arms where you're like, who? And yet they're really good. And so I listen, I can absolutely foresee a scenario in which the Seattle Mariners at some point are a top 5 team in baseball. I really do believe that they have the capabilities of being that. And yet I also can foresee it where they're like 15th. And it's just, there's such variance in baseball right now. And the team, the group of contenders is just flattened to the point where the trade deadline is of paramount import. Like, if the Mariners want to be more the top 5 team than top 15 team, they need to go out and do work over the next, 9 days. Like, this to me might be the most important time of Jerry Dipoto and Justin Hollander's tenure as the executives running the Seattle Mariners. And I think they have the opportunity to do something really good this year. And I think I said it last week. I will reiterate it every day until the end of the season. You can't waste a Cal Raleigh season like this. You just can't waste a historically great season when it's not just him, but you also have guys around him who are having good years. I look at Randy Arozarena, like what a great pickup that was last year, and how good has he been this season? And Julio has just been what he's been for the last couple of years, but that's still really good. And J.P. Crawford is having a sneaky excellent season. Having him toward the top of the lineup, knowing he's getting on base at the level he is, it's great. But man, you add Gino Suarez and or Josh Naylor to that lineup, and it looks way different. And then this, I think, is something I was not anticipating saying, because I think we've taken for granted what the Mariners' rotation has been in recent seasons. Right? Like they've gone out there and they've just put up innings and they've put up numbers and they've put up quality starts and they've been consistent and reliable. If the Mariners rotation can get back to what it has been and can be at that, top 5 in all of baseball level consistently, that's where this team goes on a rocket ship. that's where they take off. It is in the consistency of that starting pitching, because I think they are, after the trade deadline, going to have the bats to sustain that.
Okay, so I know Mike wants to ask you about your 50 top trade prospects and where the Mariners fit in this, but elaborate, if you wouldn't mind, Jeff, on that headline you just made. You said that this may be the biggest, 8-day stretch for Justin and Jerry in their tenure here in leadership with the Seattle Mariners. Give me 2 or 3 reasons why.
Reason number one, because it is a wide open landscape in Major League Baseball. There is no dominant team. And if you can put yourself in the position where you get one of those golden tickets to get into October, and you have the starting pitching and you have the bats, then you can win a World Series. I firmly believe the Seattle Mariners can win a World Series this year. Would you guys agree with that?
Depending on what they add, yes. With that caveat.
With the current 25-man roster and 40-man roster, no. The current, as we sit here on this Tuesday, this current roster, Jeff, and with all the injuries, I mean, you have 20%
Check back on
of
August
your
1st.
Yeah, 20% of your rotation going in this year. Only Luis Castillo has been the only consistent guy. Well, that's not true. Wu has been consistent.
Hey,
40%. 40% it has been consistent there. So as this current 25-man roster looks like, I have a hard time saying that. With the opportunity over the next 8 days with 2 or 3 additions, yeah, I don't think that's unreasonable.
Okay. Secondly, I think it's important because from a narrative perspective, it was awesome seeing them go to the playoffs a few years ago.
Yep.
And then the last couple of years, they have just missed by a hair. And I don't think that they can afford another year with a near miss.
Okay.
It speaks to, well, frankly, it speaks to ownership to some extent, because they really didn't have much of a budget to work with this offseason, but sometimes executives are not given budgets. And I look at the Milwaukee Brewers, and I know it's an easy thing to say the team with the best record in Major League Baseball right now, be more like them. Well, yeah, duh. But what the Brewers have done extremely well is put processes in place to be good at just about everything. They draft well. They do international well. They trade well. And most of their free agent signings, though on the lower end of things, turn out pretty good. And I think the Mariners are close to that. They haven't hit on free agents for the most part, but trades have been pretty productive internationally. They've done pretty well, and drafting, they've just absolutely killed it. You can argue that the Mariners over the last 5 years have drafted better than any team in Major League Baseball. So, and here's the part that I think is really difficult. In order to get the guys they need to get, they're going to have to give up on players who they drafted and or signed and brought into their system. And the truth is, nobody loves your prospects like you love their prospects, or like you love your prospects. So I think it's going to be awfully interesting to see just how difficult it is to pry certain guys from the Mariners and what they will be willing to pay in a market that is going to be a seller's market. Like, there just aren't enough guys out there to fulfill all the needs of contenders. And accordingly, the prices are going to be high. And are the Mariners an organization that has become more efficient and that looks, they look at their model and they value what their model says. And a lot of times the model is going to say, no, don't overpay for this. But in order to win this year, you're going to have to. So when it gets down to brass tacks, guys, what are they going to be willing to do, and how much are they going to be willing to pay for it?
Well, that leads me kind of right into what you have put out there, your top 50 trade candidates, and it's ranking from, you guys ranked by value for their new team. Then you also put chances of trade. And right there, number one, Eugenio Suarez. And in your article, you put chance of trade 90%. So he's sitting there having a ridiculous season. the most
Absurd
coveted
season.
trade prospect. He keeps hitting home runs. He's gonna catch cows soon. So that's good news, bad news for a lot of things. But with the season he's having, and with him sitting right there, and you mentioned the seller's market, what do you think it would take if you're the Diamondbacks? How steep of a price are you asking, and at what point do the Mariners have to say, "Yeah, we're going to do this," or "No, that's too much"?
Well, I think the biggest issue is going to be that as much as the Mariners could use a third baseman, they also could use a first baseman, right? And they also could use a little bit of bullpen help. And I think the New York Yankees probably need a Eugenio Suarez more than the Mariners do. Now, the Yankees do not have the farm system that the Mariners do. And the Yankees have a need for starting pitching in the big leagues right now, where a guy like Cam Schlittler, who, 6'8", up to 99, absolute monster, they probably in other years might be more willing to move him for someone like Suarez. But now the Diamondbacks are going to be looking for pitching. So that puts who in play? Is Logan Evans in play? Like, is that something, I'll ask you guys, is that something that you'd be willing to do for someone in Suarez who's a rental? Maybe not 1-for-1, but if it were Suarez and Naylor, would you be willing to put Logan Evans in that deal? Or are you looking more to go from the position prospect depth that you have? I'll say this. I do think Kate Anderson signing with the Mariners helps them in terms of being willing to trade or being able to trade starting pitching, because they have Gerangelo St. and he's awesome. And they have Ryan Sloan, and I think Ryan Sloan actually is, at the end of the day, going to be the better prospect out of those two. I adore Ryan Sloan. I think he has the size, the stuff, the feel, not just for spin and for off speed, but just the feel for pitching that you rarely see in a kid coming out of high school, let alone a high school in the Midwest. So everyone's going to be asking for Ryan Sloan, and that, if that's the line in the stand that the Diamondbacks draw, that's going to be a difficult one for the Mariners to consider. But I think they want more near major league ready starting pitching, and that's what Logan Evans is, right?
Mariners are a little bit like their counterparts that they share the street with there in the Seahawks, in the sense that every draft we go into, save for this year, where we all want to Gray Zabel, like John Schneider does stuff and, drafts a name that is unfamiliar, nobody talked about. And the Mariners have done that over the years in some of their different trades and acquisitions. Eugenio is a very familiar name. Present a couple other scenarios, Jeff. Present a couple other maybe not as familiar names that could really elevate and help this roster, as you said, become a legitimate World Series contender.
I mean, as we're looking at third baseman, it's interesting. There are quite a few third basemen available. Ryan McMahon is going to be pricey in terms of dollars at $16 million a year for 2 more years beyond this year. He's played in Colorado his whole career, so when he gets outside of that, you don't know how he's going to adjust. The Mets have a really interesting group of guys with Mark Vientos and Brett Beatty, Ronnie Mauricio, Luis Angel Acuna. They're likely to move one of those infielders. So you would be getting a guy who's under control. And I remember seeing Vientos last year during the postseason. The guy looked like a star. And so Vientos' step backward this year has been a bit of a surprise to me, and you might be able to buy low on a guy like that. Someone like Willie Castro with the Twins has the ability to play multiple positions, including third base. And then you're just looking at sort of lower end guys, Luis Arias, Jonathan India potentially, Yohan Moncada, who's with the Angels right now. Those are upgrades, but are they good enough upgrades? It depends on what else you go out and get. If you're going out and getting a Josh Naylor or a Ryan O'Hearn at first base, then yeah, maybe the upgrade at third base doesn't have to be quite the same. But I say be greedy. I just want to see this team win For the
you do? You do, Jeff? You do?
Yeah. You know I do. So every time I come on here, I don't hear complaining about what this team should be. I just want you guys to feel happiness for one time.
Oh, Jeff Passan wants him to win.
Joy.
Jeff Passan wants him in a World Series. You don't think Lyle Goldstein does? You don't think I do? You don't think our bosses do? You don't think the whole city is ready, Jeff?
I wish you could see Brock right now. Veins popping, face red.
I know. Here's the thing, too. Brock can get red, I bet. Brock's got some tomato in him.
Yeah. It's more the vein in my neck that just pulsates. You don't think
Is it a neck? You feel like I always picture football players as being forehead vein kind of guys.
My forehead's a 5-head, a 6-head. It's a lot of skin. Now it's just this vein in my aorta right there just starts to pulse. And yeah, I think in everything you've said today, Jeff, I can imagine our audience like nodding along, driving. Well, they're not driving. They're stuck on 405 or I-5 right now like a bobblehead. Like, yes, Jeff, you're right. This is the year that the best team in baseball right now, you're facing them, and they're 7 games better than you. That's the best team at 60-40, and you're at 53-47. And we've seen this, and we've seen pop, and we've seen. So just I guess the overriding question I have, and I'm sorry, Lefko, I've dominated all these questions, is with those moves, with a Castro, an O'Hearn, a really nice reliever, is that enough impact? Or do you need a Naylor and a Suarez and just impact difference makers? Can you do it at the B level, or do you need that A level impact?
If there were a guy, Brock, who was available, who would be at the Juan Soto level, I think I might agree with your premise here.
Okay.
Like, go out and get that dude. And as good as Eugenio Suarez, as well as Eugenio Suarez has played, maybe he is that guy. But you guys have also seen bad Gino. When he's on a heater, man, it's a majestic thing. But when he's in a slump, it is the polar opposite of that, and it can get pretty ugly there. And you're like, why is this guy even out there? There is no consistently great bat that's available right now. And so while I'm a guy who abides by the Breaking Bad principle of full measures as opposed to half measures, in this trade market, I'm not sure that there is a full measure that's necessarily going to be worth going for. As long as they do something. Like, there are other contenders right now. I could foresee a scenario in which the Boston Red Sox do nothing at the deadline. They just stand pat with what they've got. I don't think Tampa Bay is going to do a whole lot at the deadline. Certainly not like a hugely impactful move. And so looking around at the landscape of what your competitors are going to do, and you can throw Texas in the mix there. I think the Rangers are going to add, but I'm not sure that they're going to add significantly, and I think they even could subtract. Like Adolis Garcia, for example, is available, and he could be on the move. So I think the Mariners have a real opportunity, not to like sneak into the playoffs. You never want to do that, but I think they're in a good position right now. And to me, this deadline is not necessarily about winning it, right? Like on August 1st, are the Mariners going to be at the top of the list in the winners and losers column on ESPN.com? I don't think they need to be at the top of the list. I just think they need to get better, and I think they need to prioritize getting better. And I think that's their goal right now. That's talking with other teams. That's the sense that I've gotten, that the Mariners are. Let's put it this way. I have a column that's going to be running tomorrow. It's going to be my final trade deadline preview. And at the top, I have a category called Teams Going Big. And it's teams that are all in and teams that are all out. Teams that are all out, I got the Rockies, White Sox, Pirates, and Nationals. Teams that are all in, the Blue Jays, the Phillies, the Yankees, the Cubs, and the Seattle Mariners.
All right. Can't
That's
wait
all
for
you
that.
got?
Yeah.
That's all you got left?
No,
Or is it-
I'm letting that sink in.
right.
That's good to see. I was going to see if you're going to take him off track again, Brock. But no, I do have I do have one question to get to, Jeff, before we let you go. And Brock loves to take you down this side street and away from the baseball, and he takes you down these other roads. But we'll bring it back
What
here.
I like about him.
Yeah, I know. I would, if I was here with you more regularly, I would get us thoroughly distracted like I do with Brock at times. But as you look at this Mariners pitching, we've been trying to figure out what you can get out of a George Kirby or Logan Gilbert in the second half coming off of injuries this season. I mean, you wrote the book about pitching and about how pitchers recover and all the injuries that come with it. Is it fair to think that we will see a dominant George Kirby at some point and a dominant Logan Gilbert, or are these injuries that they suffered enough to keep them from being back to full health at some point this season?
I think we have seen that from them, though, haven't we?
Well,
we've
Gilbert's
seen it
had
in-
short
we've
outings. We haven't
it
seen
in-
a long outing from Gilbert yet, which has been a little concerning.
Yeah, to me, that's not of great concern in the same way that Shohei Ohtani going only, 2, 3, 4 innings is not of great concern. Now, I know it's a little bit different with the Dodgers because they're going to be in the playoffs, whereas the Mariners are fighting for a playoff spot at this point. But I think being judicious in the way that you deploy your starters is really important, because the one thing that the Mariners, if they're going to win the World Series, can't afford is one of their big arms to be missing time. And, as much as because I wrote the book, I'd like to think of myself as an expert on the matter, I also know enough to know that every guy is different and that the Mariners are throwing George Kirby and Logan Gilbert the way that they are in response to how their arms are feeling. So, yeah, would it be nice for Walter to show up and throw 8 shutout? Yeah, that's what you're hoping for. That's what you're building toward. But I don't think I'm going to get panicky about that until the middle of September. If he hasn't shown that by September 15th, probably not getting it. But a slow buildup, I'm perfectly fine with that, because at this point, it doesn't matter quite as much. It really matters when it comes down to nut cutting time, and we're not there quite yet.
Final 30 seconds here, Jeff. Seller's market, what would a Merrill Kelly or a Seth Lugo cost the Seattle Mariners if, again, to add to the roster, add to some of those injury concerns, don't know fully about Bryce Miller yet, what would one of those two cost?
I believe not one top 100 prospect was traded last year at the deadline. Now, prospect rankings can be a little bit weird, and a guy like Jack Flaherty brought back Tyron Lorenzo and Trey Sweeney, which was a pretty good package. But I think for Lugo, especially if he's going to be more expensive, a top 100-ish guy would probably be enough. Kelly, it all depends on what the Diamondbacks have. I don't think they're trading Kelly and Gallen. So it's really going to be who do they have the best offer for. And it's really interesting what Arizona is going to do at the deadline this year. To me, that is what the deadline is going to hinge on.
Yep. Great stuff, Jeff. I know you're on here with these two every week. It was a pleasure to talk to you, and I know the pros will be back next week. But thanks for joining us here.
Pleasure's all mine, Mike. Thank you for so dutifully filling in. Yes. And Brock, I hope your vein stops throbbing.
He's still tomato right now. He's still a little red, I have to tell you. It's getting back to normal.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
See you, boys.
All right, Jeff Passan of ESPN, a big trade deadline piece, his final trade deadline piece coming tomorrow, so we will break that down. And one thing our other guest earlier, Seth Walder of ESPN, told us about the Seahawks. A lot to unpack from Passan, from Seth Walder, all that coming up next here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Cal is on a historic pace. We haven't really seen anything like this, right? You have to look around the rest of that team and go, okay, who's going to carry some of this offensive load? Do you feel like it could be Randy?
It could be. It should be. You need guys like Randy to step up. Can we expect him to have 2 bombs a night? No, let's be real. And I think most of you are going to be real. 4 RBIs last night, the most since April 9th against Houston, so that's good.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Power up your summer fun in a new Toyota Camry. It's all hybrid all the time with available all-wheel drive. Now through August 4th, get 4.99 APR financing on any new 25 Camry. Or lease a new Camry LE for just $299 a month, 36 months with $32.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, golf fans, Jordan Babineau here. Get ready for an unforgettable weekend at the 2025 Boeing Classic. Come see Masters champions and Hall of Fame golfers battle it out at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge, August 8th through the 10th. Bring the whole family and check out Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Plus, celebrate 20 years of the Boeing Classic, supporting the Benaroya Research Institute at Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. It's more than just golf. It's an experience you won't want to miss. August 8th through the 10th. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BlowingClassic.com for more.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
It's time for your summer road trip service at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Before you hit the road, stop by and get your vehicle road trip ready with their incredible service departments, no appointment necessary. Now through July 31st, you can receive $100 off when purchasing 4 eligible tires. Whether you're in the north or the south, their expert technicians have you covered. Visit Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland today for your summer road trip service and drive into adventure with confidence. Offers valid through July 31st, 2025. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed all in. Plus get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Ann, who broke her leg in a trip and fall accident.
I had broken my femur and I was in horrific pain. We chose Iddens because they had a good reputation. I wasn't just a name, I was a person. And that makes a big difference. I'm just grateful that we had the settlement for my care. I'm very pleased.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Summer is in full swing, and T-Mobile Park is the hottest spot in Seattle.
Randy Arozarena, his 4th home run in the last 3 games, and he is high-stepping all the way to 3rd.
Don't miss out on special events like the next Mariners Fireworks Night on Friday, August 1st, presented by T-Mobile. Cal Raleigh and the crew are taking on the division rival Rangers at 7:10, and after the final out, we'll be lighting up the sky with an epic post-game show. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
Holy smokes, what a firecracker! A birthday number 34 for the big number.
Go to Mariners.com to lock in your seats and check out what's on deck at the ballpark, including Aloha Shirt Day, Saturday, August 2nd. Plus, be here for more can't-miss postgame events. The Mariners Drone Show is August 22nd, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. And the final fireworks night of the season is September 12th. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Don't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Mike Lefko, Brock Ewert here with you today. Just got done with a thoroughly enlightening conversation from Jeff Passan. A lot to unpack there, Brock. And before we get into that, some not news itself, but what we thought might happen has started to happen while that conversation was happening with Jeff Passan. Adam Jude of the Seattle Times reported that sources tell him the Mariners and Diamondbacks have engaged in preliminary discussions about Eugenio Suarez. I think we all assume that, but it's out there. It's happening. The Mariners are actually talking to the Diamondbacks about what it would take to bring Geno Suarez back here. So getting on the heels of that, and then what you heard from Jeff Passan, what stands out about what's been happening now with these Mariners?
Yeah, I think I could, if I were a beat reporter or a journalist of that nature, I would also. Do you got me? You got me? Can you hear me? Hello?
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. Okay.
I'm listening. I'm giving you my complete and undivided attention.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I couldn't tell. You were your arms were flailing at me. I was just wondering. If I were a beat reporter,
scratching my neck,
I would tweet the same thing. Sources tell me that the phones are heating up and there is a lot of active conversation. That is what I have heard. And I think at the very end there, you heard Passan say the same thing. As he's talking to teams about the Mariners, I'm sure maybe even talking to the Mariners, he has heard the same thing. These phone lines are heating up. It is a seller's market. Some valuable houses and commodities are going to be on the market. There's not going to be 100 of them. There's not even going to be 50 of them. There could be, 7 to 10 that the Mariners are really targeting, and these phone lines are heating up. And they're heating up rightfully, because what he said there right at the start of it, why is this the most important time for Justin and Jerry in their entire tenure as Seattle Mariners leadership and management? Because they can win a World Series. That's not me saying it. That was Passan just saying it to you and me and our audience.
Here's how it sounded just a few minutes ago.
Reason number one, because it is a wide open landscape in Major League Baseball. There is no dominant team. And if you can put yourself in the position where you get one of those golden tickets to get into October, and you have the starting pitching and you have the bats, then you can win a World Series. I firmly believe the Seattle Mariners can win a World Series this year.
And building off of kind of what Passan said, and we've talked about in our sustainable versus unsustainable, this is a historic year from Cal Raleigh. It is unfair to think Cal Raleigh will have production like this every single year from here on out. The demands of the position, the fact that he hit 38 home runs in a little over, 95 games that he played in that first part, you have him there. You have a pitching staff that has shown what it's capable of, and the key of that no dominant team. So, we see it on the text line, and I'm sure it's just a small faction, but maybe there are more people on social media or just fans themselves that think, if this is not the best team in baseball in the Mariners, why are you wasting a future? Some undetermined time where everything might come to fruition. It could be perfect. That doesn't happen. That's not reality. Players get hurt. Players get injured. Some prospects don't pan out. So right now that this Mariners team has the ability to get up there among the best in baseball, I think that's what kind of honed in for me, Brock, that there are no 100-plus win teams this year. We've seen dominant teams in the past. The Astros, they've been a dominant team in the past. They're not. The Yankees aren't. The Blue Jays are playing well. The Tigers are playing well, but they are by no means far and away better than the Mariners. So they're catchable. And I think that's, for me, what sold it on, this is the time to act, even if it does cost you significant prospect capital.
What does history teach us?
That's a broad question. There's a lot that history teaches us.
Well, you brought up history here a couple times this morning and pointed back to 2022 with a team that I don't think was having a historic, record-breaking year of one of their stars like Cal Raleigh has had. You know, it was a team that pitched a little more consistently than this team, but it had a need. And it went out and got Luis Castillo for what? 2 top shortstops. One of them, Arroyo, never become a big leaguer. Marte Noelve became a big leaguer and then got popped with a 100-game suspension for performance-enhancing drugs. A pitcher that actually came back to you after that trade, and another one that's a reliever in the minor leagues. That's it. Right? So for those, I would say, that are texting like, why give up your future now? Okay, point blank. Okay, hard question to answer, Mr. Lefko, but just point blank. You're answering the phone right now from the GM there down in Arizona, and he says, okay, let's just get this deal done. You want Eugenio? I know you do. You know him. You know he's red hot. Give me Logan Evans. Deal is done. You doing that deal?
That's it? Yeah, absolutely.
1 for 1.
That's it? Sure. Oh, I think they're going to ask more than that. That's the problem. Because of how coveted these prospects are, because it's a seller's market. Because they could parlay that offer and go to the Yankees and say, oh, they're going 1 for 1. Can you give us 1 starter and a prospect or a couple of prospects? I think it's going to take a little more to extricate Gino Suarez out of there.
Okay,
or any name.
give me Logan Evans and Arroyo, your top 10, one of your top 10 guys that's AA fringe, AAA, can play for us next year in our infield. We can move him around. Who knows? Maybe he could play third base for us next year. Are you giving away Arroyo and Logan Evans for 62-plus games of Eugenio Suarez right now?
Sure. Absolutely. Unequivocally,
Lyle?
yes.
Lyle?
Lefko said yes. You just asked him. I mean, yeah.
Lyle, you doing that deal? Arroyo and Logan Evans right now for Eugenio Suarez. You've got, and this is like the NFL draft. You literally, you've seen this. You get like a minute. I want a phone call back in 5 minutes. You doing this deal right now?
The Mariners the Mariners need to add at this deadline. They need to go add talent. They need to make this roster better, and they need to go win now.
Look, no trade's going to feel good. That's the problem, because we get attached to prospects. And if you're trying to upgrade, you don't have the leverage. So it's not
Logan
like
Evans is not even a prospect. Logan Evans has been a big league pitcher. He's been in control for the next 6 years. It's got 7 pitches that at times is thrown out there zeros like the best of your best you've got.
But if it takes either a lot of prospects, so maybe it's 3 or 4 prospects, or maybe it is that Logan Evans and 1 or something like that, no trade is going to feel like you won completely, like that you ripped off your friend. Back in the elementary school playground, Brock, you were probably this guy. You would go up with that terrible trade proposal, try to trade those NFL cards. You'd want their best card back. You didn't want to give away any good ones. That's what some fans want. They want to trade some middling prospect and just get a good player back. That's not going to happen, because there are 9 to 10 other teams that want these players as well. So, yes, in this scenario, absolutely, it's going to be painful at the outset, but you can see the projection of what could happen. We don't really have time to dive back into 2022, but yeah, I went back and looked. That trade, it happened in a remarkably similar record. The Mariners were 54-46. They were in the process of getting killed by the Astros. I remember it vividly because Verlander was shutting down the Mariners. They ended up winning 11-1, and no one cared because all of a sudden they had gotten Luis Castillo, and there was all this excitement and optimism. So, yeah, a team that was 54-47 when they made that trade goes on to make the playoffs, and they had a promising playoff run, and that's what's capable right here.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We have time to talk about it before next Thursday.
Sure do.
I'm fascinated to know how you and Salk kind of unpack this when he's back on Thursday, and then you guys have a week to talk about it. But do you want to get to some big things happening around the NFL, because training camps are underway. Teams have reported they get back on the field tomorrow. The Seahawks are back out there, so we'll get to that. We'll get to Answer the Question Jerk coming up at 9:45 as well. 866-979-3776. Anything you want to ask us. Some people disagree. So ask us what we think, or tell us why you disagree about trading away some players for a rental. But any of that coming up. But there are some more things you need to know about this Mariners series against the Brewers. Get to that up next here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Cal is on a historic pace. We haven't really seen anything like this, right? You have to look around the rest of that team and go, okay, who's going to carry some of this offensive load? Do you feel like it could be Randy?
It could be. It should be. You need guys like Randy to step up. Can we expect him to have 2 bombs a night? No, let's be real. And I think most of you are going to be real. 4 RBIs last night, the most since April 9th against Houston, so that's good.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have that new car you've been looking for. With the power of choice, drive the sleek hybrid Camry, leasing as low as $299 a month, the dependable Corolla, or the electric Prius, leasing at just $309 a month. If you're headed to the ballpark or cruising I-5 from the north or the south, visit Toyota of Renton or Kirkland, or shop online at toyotaofrenton.com and toyotaofkirkland.com. Offers valid through August 4th, 2025. Excludes taxes, license, and negotiable $200 dealer documentation fee. See dealership for details.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Do you find yourself searching the medicine cabinet for pills and sprays during allergy season? How about having to buy one more medication when the season hits? I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. We offer a solution that will save you time, money, and frustration. Ryanair is a simple, minimally invasive procedure that significantly reduces postnasal drip and stuffiness. We're taking new patients in Federal Way and in Auburn. Come see us. Book your appointment at sternsinus.com.
12s, it's go time. Seahawks training camp powered by Boeing kicks off July 23rd through August 12th at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Join us lakeside for a first look at your 2025 Seahawks as they put in work and gear up for a milestone 50th season. Register now at Seahawks.com/training camp.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five!
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Want to cut your home energy bills, breathe cleaner air, and improve comfort? The answer, AeroSeal from Home Comfort Alliance. This advanced process seals leaks in your ductwork, improving efficiency and air quality. Normally $2,500. Right now, for PSC customers, get AeroSeal for as little as $99 when they install a furnace or heat pump. Plus, save up to 25% on remaining 2024 heat pumps and air conditioners from Home Comfort Alliance. Visit homecomfortalliance.com today.
So why don't you speed?
I've had one too many close calls on the road, and then I learned the facts.
It's dangerous to drive too fast.
It's true. 1 in 3 fatal crashes involve speeding.
Most people try to be safe, but speeding is dangerous.
You know, the faster you go, the longer it takes to stop.
The faster you drive, the harder you'd hit someone. Slower speeds save lives.
Please drive the speed limit so everyone is safe. Learn more at togetherwegetthere.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Big pitching matchup tonight. Game 2 of the series for the Mariners against the Brewers, who come in on an 11-game win streak. They're 60-40. They have the best record in baseball. Kind of came out of nowhere there with Milwaukee, but it's been a heck of a season. Logan Gilbert, he's got to be the stopper. Once again, get the Mariners some momentum. He gets the ball for the M's. Jacob Mizorowski, we have mentioned his name a lot over the past month. It really is remarkable, Brock. The guy's been up for essentially a month and makes an all-star game, but he's got raw stuff. It's electric. The fastball hits triple digits. The slider gets to nearly 100 miles an hour. So if you're a fan of good pitching, this is the game for you tonight. 6:40 first pitch and a monumentally critical one. Yeah, he's tall. He is very tall. I don't know the exact height. Let's see. There are machines to look this up.
Yeah, so you made a good point earlier about his extension. It's funny, Mike, when I'm
6'7".
Wow.
Wow.
So you got 6'5" plus Logan. You've got 6'7" Miz. You've got two guys that create more extension than anybody in baseball. We know that about Walter. We've heard that before about his release point and how much extension he gets, through his delivery. And this guy is even more. This guy's even longer than Logan. Oof.
Could you imagine trying to hit that?
No.
100 miles an hour, and then with the extension, it looks even faster because that ball's closer to you when it's released.
That's right.
It's wild.
Yeah, and then his slider comes in, and what do you say, 78, 88? Oh, 90.
Yeah, 98.
Oh.
Just, no big deal. Faster than most people throw a fastball. Yeah. That's the pitching matchup. Brock, some actual good positive injury news. There wasn't a lot of injury updates from Justin Hollander yesterday before the game, but the big one was Bryce Miller. A little more of an updated timeline. So according to Hollander, Miller will throw a live BP on Friday and then begin a rehab assignment. That adds another wrinkle. We haven't really talked about Bryce Miller because he's had those multiple injuries this season. But if you could get him back into the mix, adds another wrinkle to this Mariners team going forward.
Sure does. Sure does. I mean, this can be fascinating. Whether or not it is the biggest 7 or 8 days in Jerry and Justin's career as Mariners in the roles they're in, there is just no debate. There is no question about his just an importance and just the number of storylines and all of the, just all the talk radio that comes out of these next 7, 8 days is going to be utterly fascinating for all of us.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Brock, this news came out a couple hours ago. Curious to get your thoughts on this because it's showing how college football has really started to go the way of the NFL. So ACC Media Days today, Big Ten having theirs as well. And Commissioner Jim Phillips announced that player availability reports will be required in football, men's and women's basketball, and in baseball and conference games. And for football, there will be one that comes out a few days before the game, one the night before, and then one the day of the game, mirroring kind of what the NFL has with their injury reports.
And Belichick's girlfriend's like, I'm not giving you anything.
The real GM of North Carolina football.
That's exactly right. Seriously. Bill's like, really? Really? Now you're going to do this, Jimmy? Now you're going to put this on me? Okay, well, I'll just on to Cincinnati. On to North Carolina State, on to Wake Forest, on to Clemson. We'll see just how much Bill abides by that. Yeah, you know why this is. This comes down to, the money aspect, as it always does, and the gambling and the gaming. They just want some level. Just give me level. Just help me understand, what is really. You're not going to get everything behind the scenes, but let's just level the playing field competitively a little bit. I think that's why the NFL does it, and as you said, trickling down to more and more college level games.
here's the third thing you need to know.
I know you feel strongly about that and where college football is heading, so we don't really have time here. But, at some point we'll weigh in on that because it's becoming kind of a replica of the NFL. And that amateurism has kind of died out, especially in college football, for good or for bad. And there are reasons to think it's good because players can capitalize when they're playing. And then, yes, the death of college sports, it's tough, especially for other sports that are not going to be able to survive over the next 5 to 10 years. But that's a deeper conversation than just need to know here, Brock. So I think we'll dial it back to some recent Seahawks moves that they made yesterday. Training camp starts tomorrow. They're on the field. They are reporting today. So everyone officially has to arrive today. There were some roster moves yesterday. Zy Alexander, an undrafted cornerback they had signed after the draft, he got released. They brought in another one, though, cornerback Cam Alexander. Then you mentioned some good size with this nose tackle they signed, Justin Rogers. So a couple of new faces here as the Seahawks arrive at the facility.
Yeah, disappointing with Zy. Zy was one of those guys that when you looked at the undrafted rookie free agents after the draft, I think there was a lot of folks like, wow, that guy from LSU, as long as he's athletic, maybe an opportunity, but kind of like his career at LSU just unfortunately could never consistently get going. It doesn't here in Seattle. Yeah, and today is like get back to work day, man. All the guys I'm sure landed and flew in last night, and today is all about the medicals and the physicals and checking in and the hope that you don't have any bad news. Today is one of those days that you just hope there's not a surprise, something that pops up with somebody here over the next 24 hours. I'll kind of keep my eye. Brady was on with us on Monday talking about that non-football designation, that injury list, and how there were a number of rookies and they came off of that, and how Mike has used that and is kind of a weight thing too. Like, do you come into camp in good enough shape, or do I got to put you on this list for fear that you're going to pull your hamstring the first time out? So, yeah, we'll ascertain some of that different data as it comes in over the course of the day and as they hit the field tomorrow.
Yeah, that is everything you need to know. So interesting point there with that, and then with the preseason PUP list. You do not have to be on it for the first 4 or 6 weeks of the season like you would if the season begins and you're on that list. So if you see some news today, and we don't know if something will happen, but you mentioned it, things might pop up. This is where all these reports come out. No news would be great news if the Seahawks say, yeah, we're all good. We don't have anything to worry about. But if they put guys on those lists, and that's been announced already. So
that's right.
That won't be a surprise. Anything else will be not a surprise necessarily. It'll just be something to monitor as they go through. And it does seem like the season is rapidly approaching, but then it's also, okay, it's still, 5-6 weeks away. You got preseason, but
it is. But
before
look at this.
week 1, you have time to get all these guys in good shape.
Look at that. As I got that calendar printed out. You know what I like? I like.
You like color-coded?
I do, but I just like hard copy. And my wife got so mad at me the other day. She's like, don't print that stuff out on whatever this is called, the thicker paper, the cardstock. Like, that stuff costs more money.
That's primo stuff. Wow, you're using the good, expensive paper.
Yeah, well, for the calendar, you know what deserves cardstock? The NFL training camp Seahawk calendar does, because exactly 2 weeks from Thursday, Pete Carroll and the Raiders come to town. I mean, that's how crazy camp goes. You're right. In totality, we got time. We got 4 or 5 weeks. Really? I mean, for a lot of these guys in these competitions, you got 2 weeks from Thursday to get yourself ready for that Thursday night opener against the Raiders, where Pete and those boys and Gino and Genty are coming in. Pete doesn't play. Yeah, I mean, he plays this guy. He doesn't play around. Like, we're going to go compete. We're going to go play. We're going to go get after it. And coming back to town, he's going to be chomping his gum and marching up those sidelines. That is 2 weeks from this Thursday.
Pretty enticing preseason schedule. Raiders, Chiefs, a joint practice with the Packers. That'll be a fun one there. Lots to look forward to. Speaking of the NFL, there are some circuses happening at NFL training camps, some organizations that are just mired in dysfunction. We will dive into all that entertaining chaos that you have to hear about with a couple of NFL training camps. That's coming up next here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Cal is on a historic pace. We haven't really seen anything like this, right? You have to look around the rest of that team and go, okay, who's going to carry some of this offensive load? Do you feel like it could be Randy?
It could be. It should be. You need guys like Randy to step up. Can we expect him to have 2 bombs a night? No, let's be real. And I think most of you are going to be real. 4 RBIs last night, the most since April 9th against Houston, so that's good.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Oh, it is the time of the season for pests. Yes, that's right. No one likes them. No one knows where they come from, but we can all agree no one wants them in their house. Mike Salk here for Crawl Pros, and they have a full-service pest control division now called Pest Pros. They can come to your house and do a full corner-to-corner inspection, take care of any problems, just like they did at my home. This is the time of the year you'll start seeing more ants in and around your home. You may also begin hearing a little buzzing outdoors. Bees, wasps, hornets, if they make a nest on your property, that is a huge nuisance. So please don't try to take care of those nests on your own. Simply call Pest Pros to have any nest removed and destroyed professionally before the problem grows or you and your guest ends up getting stung. Pest Pros is the full-service pest control division of Crawl Pros with eco-friendly treatments to keep ants, stinging insects, and all sorts of critters from making their way into your home. If you're worried about rodents, ants, or other bugs or an issue in and around your home, call Pest Pros or visit gopestpros.com to schedule a free inspection at gopestpros.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
The biggest scuba sale in America starts Thursday at Underwater Sports in North Seattle. Clearance prices on masks, regulators, computers, fins, tanks, BCs, free photo and video seminars, free fitting and incredible savings on a custom-fit dry suit. Big savings on beginner, advanced, and specialty classes. Underwater Sports' 47th Annual Divers Fair starts this Thursday at the North Seattle Underwater Sports Store, 107th and Aurora Avenue North. Don't miss the biggest scuba sale in America.
When the heat's an 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
DayandNight.net. Some AC you'll be loving
when your house is an oven.
DayandNight.net.
Northwest summers are beautiful, but there's always a long hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't sweat through another summer. Have Day and Night keep your house cool and comfortable by installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
When the summer is cooking,
We're the place to be looking.
dayandnight.net. Stay cool this summer with Day and Night. Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
dayandnight.net.
Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have that new car you've been looking for. With the power of choice, drive the sleek hybrid Camry leasing as low as $299 a month, the dependable Corolla, or the electric Prius leasing at just $309 a month. If you're headed to the ballpark or cruising I-5 from the north or the south, visit Toyota of Renton or Kirkland or shop online at toyotaofrenton.com and toyotaofkirkland.com. Offers valid through August 4th, 2025. Excludes taxes, license, and negotiable $200 dealer documentation fee. See dealership for details.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk
Weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We have Answer the Question Jerk coming up in about 13 minutes. 13 to 14 minutes. 9:45. We'll get to it. 866-979-3776. Brock cannot even conceal the grin on his face. What do you have? What do you have schemed up for 9:45?
Just
All right.
wait for it.
Okay, just wait for it. I want to get to all the good listener texts. We have a lot of good ones. We might
Good.
not have time.
Yeah, we'll do those.
We might not
we'll
have
do those
time for whatever
first.
you're going to do.
No,
Well,
we'll start
see.
with those.
We
We'll
have
start
some
with
good ones. This is kind of in the vein of mean texts that we do on Friday afternoons in the afternoon with Wyman and Bob. So I appreciate all these rolling in now. We'll see what they come up with, and if your very important question has time to get on the air.
We'll see.
We'll see. I don't know. We might not have enough time.
You've been teasing
Fun
this
little
down
Saturday.
for 3.5 hours. So can we get to it, please?
Oh,
Can
please.
we,
Like you didn't want to play
around
this.
The NFL?
Yeah,
Here
all
we
right.
go.
We'll get to around the NFL. Maura's got some good stuff.
All right, yeah, we have some owners who probably should not talk to the media, talking to the media. We'll start with Bengals owner Mike Brown talking about their first-round draft pick, Shamar Stewart, and the odd contract dispute they have going on with him.
There is no dispute over the money. It's just a dispute in his mind that I guess if he did something that really deserved punishment, that he would want the whole contract guaranteed. And we would want to say, well, it isn't guaranteed if you did something to that level. In that case, we would step in and take away the guarantee. Doesn't mean that we couldn't agree to pay it, but we wouldn't be forced to pay it. I don't want to pay somebody who hypothetically could be in jail for 4 years at this level of pay. And do I think any of that's going to happen? No. And that's why I use the word foolishness. It's, in my mind, at that level. We want to get it done. We want to get him in here and working. He's a good young guy.
It's a strange hypothetical to throw out there. And also, just so people know, the Bengals have changed the wording in their contract from what they gave rookies in previous years. So that's why Shamar Stewart's camp is kind of hesitant about this.
Yeah, it's complicated. From what I understand, Maura and Mike, I was listening to some national folks last night on my drive late, and they played some of that sound, and he even kind of had another one where he talked about domestic abuse. Like, oh, Mike, just don't talk right now. But from what I understand is other teams have this exact clause in their contracts. The Bengals had not. They did not do it for T. Higgins. They did not do it for Jamar Chase. They did not do it for Joe Burrow. They did not do it for previous first-round picks. But but they want to put this language into their deals that other teams have. And rightfully, Shamar and his agent are like, no, we don't want to be the first to do that. And I bet, maybe even some of the other agents, if players on that team are like, no, man, hold your ground. Don't do it. Don't do it. Because once it goes in for you, it's going to go in for everybody. So that is where some of that standstill is right now.
Yeah, it seems like the Bengals have just lost the benefit of the doubt.
Correct.
And I know a good portion of their fan base actually is on ownership side, just kind of reading some things that are out there because they want their players in the field. But from the perspective of everyone else around the league or someone who sees a meddlesome owner just trying to overstep, the Bengals, with how they have treated Trey Hendrickson, who deserves every bit of his contract that he's asking for after 17 and a half sacks, and everything that's happened in the past with the Bengals, and they can't escape their reputation. It seems like another item to add to the list. Well, this is not a very well-run franchise. So whether they might be right or not, because, yes, they're trying to catch up, and they put themselves in this position because they were woefully behind, where it does sound like, hey, other teams, that's been a sticking point of whatever these guarantees were. The Bengals did not have that with their last 3 first-round picks. So Shamar Stewart says, I want to be like these guys. Bengals are trying to catch up to other teams, but because they've handled this so poorly, then public sentiment kind of goes to perhaps Shamar Stewart's side, unless you're a Bengals fan. You just want him on the field.
Or you're Shamar and you finally just say, hey, I know I'm paying my agent for this advice, but, like, forget it, man. I want my $17 million guaranteed. I need my money. And that's, I think, what Mike Brown and the organization believes. They hold the cards. They have the leverage, and time will tell.
By the way, have you seen what Mike Brown looks like? I can't help but think he's an old bald man. He looks like a turtle out of its shell. It's the first thing that came to mind at 5:30 this morning when I looked up what Mike Brown looked like.
He did say that to me.
Why do you hate old people?
No, he's just old. He's 89. I don't hate him. I mean, that's a fact. He is 89 years old. That's pretty old. I'm just stating his age.
There is a little Don Zimmer vibe.
Yes.
There's a little Don Zimmer vibe. Yes.
You're right. That's a good way to put it, too. So that was Mike Brown.
He also went on to call Trey Hendrickson difficult to work with at times, but said he thought they were going to work something out. Trey Hendrickson then told Manti Te'o this morning that the guarantees they were offering were atrociously low. So not really any movement there. We'll get to another old guy if you want here, Lefko. What do you have to say about Jerry Jones?
How old is
Does Jerry Jones look like he just popped out of a turtle, too?
Jerry Jones looks like the Crypt Keeper.
Jerry Jones changes his face every so often, so he tries to look younger. Okay, he's 82. So, yeah, if you think Jerry Jones is old, then what's 89-year-old Mike Brown? Yes.
It's still doing it. It's still doing
it. They shouldn't be talking. Let's just say that. Here's Jerry Jones. We've got a couple cuts of him talking about the Micah Parsons holdout, which, by the way, Micah Parsons did have a show of good faith in showing up for camp. I don't know if he's practicing, but he's there without a deal done. And this was the first thing Jerry Jones had to say.
Contracts are 4 or 5 years, okay? There's a lot of water under the bridge if you step out there and do something in the first 2 or 3. You can get hit by a car, seriously. And so there's a lot to look at over a lot of years that could make a big difference. Have you ever heard of any clubs committing to players and then they didn't pan out after they committed to them? We have.
Yeah, I've also heard of your team overpaying for every big star that they've had the last couple of years because you wait to pay them.
They have bungled every
Keep it going, Jerry. Give me the other
franchise
Jerry.
negotiation.
Give me the other one.
Okay,
too.
yeah, this one was specifically a shot at Micah Parsons.
Just because we signed him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. Seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
So weird that players in the NFL can get hurt sometimes.
I mean, I think TJ Watt has been hurt. He just got the highest contract ever for a defensive end. And, you know, Micah Parsons is younger and very good. So I feel like he deserves to exceed what TJ Watt got. Did you see JJ Watt, by the way? He tweeted out, anytime you can antagonize your star quarterback, your star defensive end, they kind of went on. I was like, yeah, that's good business. And Micah Parsons retweeted it. Yeah. And everyone saw that and, you know, got all worked up over that. Rightfully so. I mean, it's funny. Good for Micah Parsons.
You know what's kind of fascinating about the Cowboys, though? And I've had some friends that have played there, is, yes, PR stuff with Jerry, especially in the 80s now. In fact, he spoke at our Fox seminar a couple years ago. Like, just totally off the record, 45 minutes up there with the big president, Mr. Shanks, and you know, just kind of like, oh gosh, stop, just land the plane, come on, stop. And like, they do take care of their guys. Like that facility, you know, you talk. These are two very, very different perspectives. Two 80-somethings that, you know, run their business in very different ways. Right, the facility, the food, the resources, the coach. Like, you're given everything there, and there's a reason that all these guys go and sign there and sign back there largely. Right? They want out of Cincinnati, but most of those guys kind of want to try to stay a Cowboy, even if you do have to deal with a bumbling, stumbling owner.
How much of that is Jerry Jones' ego fulfillment as well, to showcase I have this palatial estate, take people on tours on. Well, remember the complaints of the tours that would go through? trying to have press conferences or work out and go about their business and train. And there are tour groups or VIPs going through there into private areas. There was a lot that came out about that. I don't remember when that was, a couple years ago. But yeah, it's Texas. He's got to keep up with everyone. Literally, keep up with the Joneses.
Keep up with the Joneses.
Keep up with the Joneses.
That didn't come from him, did it?
No, but I mean, he's a Jones. Like, he is literally a Jones. So the problem is, like, we know the problem with Jerry Jones. If he
Lyle,
was
do you
just
know
the
that
owner.
term, keeping up with the Joneses?
Silence.
Wow.
I want to say it's some playoff of keeping up with the Kardashians, but I'm guessing it's wrong.
Oh, no.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Push?
We're going to move on.
Push.
There's a couple of...
I don't know why you guys still do this at this point, but...
I mean, that's a pretty standard term. Okay.
Wait, I know.
Push.
We have a little bit of Seahawks sound from around the station yesterday. Wyman and Bob had a fun interview with John Gruden where he got pretty excited talking about Devin Witherspoon.
I'd like to meet this Witherspoon guy. He reminds me of Hall of Famer Rondé Barber that we had in Tampa. He is a savage. This is an excellent football player. He loves the briar patch, I call it, from tight end to tight end. Most defensive backs don't like going in there. He loves to go in the B gap to C gap, and he will knock you down, man. This is a vicious tackling corner. He's got some coverage ability. I just think this guy's got a huge upside, and I expect him to be blitzed more. I think Coach McDonald's going to have a lot for this young cornerback to do. I love his playing style, and he is the kind of guy we could win a championship with, no doubt.
Love that.
How do you not get fired up listening to John Gruden?
I love that. And Wyman loved that. Way to go. Way to book that guest, too, Lefko.
Oh, thank you.
I know that was your handiwork and your hard work behind the scenes. And he's absolutely right. And you know what I was going to say to Seth Walder earlier today when he was on from ESPN, like, man, the combination of him and Nick Emanwori. Emanwori, you hope, is the same guy. You hope he's that same force multiplier because he's going to be at the second level a lot. I'm going to get into as the boys hit the ground running tomorrow for training camp, either at 7:30, 8:30. We'll figure out some of the schedule and a guest tomorrow. I'm going to give you my 3 or 4 football like that. Like John Gruden, just football X's and O's storylines to watch. Not big picture stuff, but storylines to watch. And that combination of Emanwori and Spoon and their versatility will be front and center in that conversation tomorrow.
Brock, this was something that Wyman and I got into last week when I was hosting with him. The difference in perception of Devin Witherspoon here locally and Devin Witherspoon nationally kind of sums up that difference in perception about the Seahawks, where it's talent-wise, and we talked to Seth Walder about it, or the lack of representation on those top 10 lists. And that's what we were talking about it because the safety list came out and Devin Witherspoon was ranked 10th. And Wyman thought, he should be much higher. That he's one of the best players in the league and he's going to show that. So the expectation of Devin Witherspoon, if he can become one of the most impactful defensive players in the league, I don't believe that's what a national audience thinks right now. And so the Seahawks, they're pushed down a little bit because in their mind, hey, they don't have superstars. They don't have anyone that's up there among those standouts around the NFL. But if Devin Witherspoon becomes an all-pro type safety and an all-pro type corner, then he does become that face of the defense. And the Seahawks are looked at a little bit differently. But right now, there's still some unknown nationally about what Devin Witherspoon can do.
Yeah, and I think you heard that from Seth, right? I mean, who's a data guy and a numbers guy and all those things, and we are so close to it. And he asked, I mean, it wasn't like, hey, I'm all-knowing. I know that I'm further away from it than you guys are. You're right up close to it. And, yeah, I think that is an excellent point. And, it was the Monday night game in New York. His rookie year where Troy Aikman compared him to Deion Sanders, and what did that do? Well, that helped propel him, and, maybe he's Defensive Rookie of the Year. And, you make those big plays on that stage, you get a narrative talked about you. John Gruden knows it. He knows football people. He knows that dude is a force multiplier. And if Nick Emanwori can do that, like he did as a rookie, right? If Zabel can play like Abe Lucas did as a rookie, right? I mean, these guys have done it here over the last 3 or 4 years. They've come in as rookies and helped this team win games. That's what you hope this rookie class can do as well.
It also kind of makes me want to listen back to old Frank Caliendo impersonations of John Gruden. You ever heard any of those?
Oh, so good.
Oh, the best. He is hilarious, Frank Caliendo.
Okay, I think that's all we got time for.
That's all. We'll save some. There were some more good items and some sound that we can get into tomorrow. We got one more day of this, Brock, I think. I don't know. It depends what you bring up here in this next segment. But right now,
Sure.
All right. Right now it's time to answer the question, jerk.
This is Brock and Salk's Answer the Question, Jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk!
Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk.
We have some good ones. We have some
Contrary,
good ones right now.
contrary to what you believe.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Contrary to what you believe, I am not going to hijack this whole segment. We're just going to quickly pay off your bet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just quickly pay it off here right off the top, and then we can get to a bevy of really good questions that come in on the text.
Let me
line.
ready myself for this.
Yes,
Okay. I'm prepared.
I'm not going to instigate. I'm not going to do any of that stuff. I'm not. I'm just going to ask a very simple question. How is your dating love life these days?
Wow, that's anything but a simple question. Oh.
That was a
That's
bet.
it? That's all you want to know?
If you won the prop bets, I would have got you Tom Brady.
Yeah.
I won the prop bets, so all I'm asking is how's your love life these days?
It's in the midst of good/disaster, if that makes any sense.
No, it doesn't.
No. Okay.
Okay, how does that make sense?
It's just a constantly evolving process. Brock, I think I'm going to write a book about trying to date in Seattle and trying to date in the modern era called What Are We Even Doing Here? So, there you go.
Trying to melt the Northwest freeze?
Yeah. Or just now modern times when everyone lives online and it's tough to get people in person to interact, to hang out.
You on Tinder?
No one's on Tinder anymore. Who's on Tinder?
Oh, they're not?
Ew.
Who's on Tinder? See, Maura gave it an ew. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. What dating site are you on?
Is that what you're most familiar with? Tinder?
Okay, next.
Is that the one you went to?
No, not familiar with that.
Okay, smart answer there. All right, answer the question, jerk. We have some good ones in already. 866-979-3776. All right, fine. We'll start with a dating one. Matt in Oregon. Jerks. How come every date Maura's been on was on the water? Lefko's on the water all the time, but he's never been on a date. Love you, Lefko. I'll be honest.
Are you a shirt off on the paddleboard kind of guy?
Of course. Who's a shirt on guy?
Only Salk.
Oh, yeah, we've heard that before. But I don't think Salk would paddleboard. Salk doesn't seem like a paddleboard guy.
No.
He doesn't like being on the water at all, even in a boat.
No.
Wait, he doesn't like being on a boat?
No, not a
He
boat.
got seasick once, and I keep telling him there's medicines for that.
Oh,
and
a boat is one of the best things you can do is be on a boat.
I know.
If I had access to a boat, I wouldn't have a paddleboard. All this paddleboard talk is because I don't know anyone with a boat. I can't have access to a boat.
Same.
Yeah. Actually, to answer, honestly, Matt in Oregon's question, I don't think I've ever been on a water date. Because then you have to get someone who also has a paddleboard. You got to plan that. Oh, wait. Nope. Never mind. I have. Okay. I have. That's all I'll say about that one. All right.
Okay, here we go. Push.
Didn't go well?
Yeah. Didn't go well. All right. Answer the question, jerk. Carter from Tacoma. Answer the question, jerk. And Brock. Oh, I think he's talking about me. Would you rather the Mariners win the World Series in 4 games for the dominance or 7 games for the thrill? Whew. That's a good question. Brock, what do you think?
Did you like the Super Bowl win over the Broncos? Did you like that? Did you like Percy Harvin's opening third quarter touchdown kickoff return that basically put the nail in the coffin? I did, because then it gave you just time to celebrate.
I'll tell you what. I kind of want the drama. It would be the most stressful, tense moment of your life. But think about that celebration, the unbridled joy. You've seen a last-second shot. There's something to win a championship. The Super Bowls that come down to the wire. World Series that are won at the end. Stanley Cup Game 7s that are won in overtime. It would be endless, cathartic, unbridled joy for weeks, probably.
Yeah.
It would be so much more stressful. But yeah, I kind of want a Game 7.
I think the answer is yes, please.
Yeah, there you go. There's the real answer.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So either. Both. How about both? How about the first one?
There we go.
First one you win in 4, and then the next year you can win in 7. Or, a couple years down the road. We won't get greedy. It doesn't have to be back-to-back. It can be 2 and 3 seasons. It's
Was
tough
the
to go back-to-back.
paddleboard date one of the worst you've ever been on? Now that we know.
No.
Top 5 worst.
No one
dates
cares
ever?
about my paddleboard stories anymore. I will say this. The reason it was bad is because my paddleboard got a slight hole in it.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh.
It got, cut on a wood pier.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Poor guy. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Next.
360. Is a soft drink called pop or soda? Now this is a regional one.
Yeah, what was
this
it in
is,
Indiana when you
I
grew
think
up?
it's more pop on the East Coast.
It's
soda.
no, it's soda on the East Coast, and I know why. I got thoroughly embarrassed by
I want
this.
a pop.
It was a regional breakdown, and the New York Times actually did a linguistic survey, and they showed, and they had people fill out answers on all types of questions like this, and it was really cool that it showed what part of the country you were from based on your answers. Very accurate, and so overwhelmingly in the Midwest it was pop. So I grew up my whole life saying pop. Go to the East Coast, go to Syracuse, bunch of East Coast, people. You might be familiar with some of them, how they act. There's a guy from the East Coast on this show. They're a little more in your face and all that. So I just offhand was like, oh yeah, give me a pop or something. And everyone turns and stares at me and they start laughing. Pop? What? Pop? He called soda the pop. So it's soda on the East Coast. I've been scarred for life.
Well,
That's true.
I can take it even further. In Massachusetts, they make it really confusing and they call soda tonic.
Oh.
But there's already tonic, like gin and tonic, but they actually want just like a Pepsi and they'll ask for a tonic.
Well, I've heard in some parts of the South, Brock, maybe you can weigh on this, your college football travels.
Coke.
They'll always ask for a Coke, and then they'll ask for what kind.
That's right.
Yeah, can I get a Coke? Oh, yeah, give me a Sprite.
Yeah, I like a Coke.
Yeah. All right.
Yep.
Answer the question, jerks. Hey, jerks. Is Brock acting when he's disgusted and offended by a scantily dressed woman, but goes all gaga about a shirtless, muscular young man in short shorts glistening in sweat?
No, there's no act there.
Just comes naturally.
You just prefer the buff dudes report.
It's, buff dudes do.
Okay. All right. 509. Jerks. Group of 12 making vacation plans. All-inclusive resort or a cruise or a really nice Airbnb. Brock, you've been on some big family vacations. What do you think? I'll defer to you.
I mean, the 12 there, I need to know a little more of the dynamics. Is this 6 different couples? Is this just 2 families? There's some real details there that are going to create some variance in the answer. I would say cruise would be third. Cruising's hard. It's just a massive humanity that just love the food line. So it's big people. It's like they're like buffet lines. So the cruise would probably, and no offense to the Norwegian cruise and other Viking cruises, great cruises, but cruise probably third on that list. And then it really comes down to family dynamics, friendship dynamics, traveling dynamics between a nice Airbnb and what was the other one? Nice Airbnb.
Or an all-inclusive resort.
Cruise or an all-inclusive. Not a big fan of all-inclusives.
Yeah, you know what?
The food quality goes down.
Yeah, I experienced one.
I've never had good food at one.
I experienced one for the first time last winter, and it was great. You could stuff yourself. You get anything you wanted. But you're right. It's so crowded everywhere. The food quality, it is what it is. Now, I'm like Brady. I'll never complain about free food, so I did like it. But it got to be a little much. You understand why
I'm going to go with a nice Airbnb right there.
Runs out.
I'm going to go with a nice Airbnb.
Nice Airbnb. Okay.
That's the best option for
That is good. Consensus. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Awesome. Hope that
425. Jerks. If you cook dinner, does your significant other put away the leftovers, or does the one that cook also clean up?
It's a great question. Molly, as you would imagine, gets very, very annoyed every time I cook and have new guests over, and I like to tell them, little hint from Heloise, you know the best part about cooking is cleaning up while you cook. And she rolls her eyes like that's the millionth time I've heard it, and it's so sickening, and just will you stop? But if you clean up while you cook, it creates none of that consternation when you're done. So I'm a clean as I cook guy. And then, if I cook a great meal, like I'm going to cook some steaks tonight, typically then, Molly will put away any of the leftovers. But Titus right now, very few leftovers.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing about a growing child there, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, your son's going to eat everything, I'm sure. So, all right, I think that was all of them. Brock snuck that question in. So that was good. We've got some good stuff tomorrow. One more day of this, Brock. Training camp begins.
Lefcoat's going
Seahawks
fast.
on the field. It has been going. It's gone by fast. You know what?
So much to talk.
I'm going to be sad when I get kicked out of the group chat. So we got one more day to have fun. Coming up next, though, Bump and Stacy. They have a lot of good stuff coming up as well. Stay tuned right here on Seattle Sports.
Hay in the barn. Hay's in the barn.
Get to the chopper!
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Cal is on a historic pace. We haven't really seen anything like this, right? You have to look around the rest of that team and go, okay, who's going to carry some of this offensive load? Do you feel like it could be Randy?
It could be. It should be. You need guys like Randy to step up. Can we expect him to have 2 bombs a night? No, let's be real. And I think most of you are going to be real. 4 RBIs last night, the most since April 9th against Houston, so that's good.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com. Upgrade your view and comfort with Lake Washington windows and doors. Buy 1 window or door, get the second at 50% off through July, and enjoy 12 months same as cash financing. For details, visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with 0 investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible from surgery to different drugs to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The countdown is on.
2 more days until Seahawks training camp.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. 710 KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
We're not going to talk about it too much, but yes, the Mariners did drop their series opener to the Brewers yesterday, 6-0. Gross. Still, baseball's hottest team now improves to 60 wins on the season. MLB